Well, thank you all very much for coming today to our program, Next Generation Innovations in Housing Affordability. Thank you all very much for those of you who are in person and for those of you who are dialing in virtually. About 5 years ago, Clark Ivory, Kent Colton, Ivory, and Michael Parker came to my office to pitch me on being a member of the Ivory Advisory Board and a judge for the Ivory Prize for Housing Affordability. I actually wasn't at my office that day. I was at a conference, and I was walking around the grounds of the conference looking for a good Wi-Fi hookup point. But I actually thought to myself, yes, I spend so much time thinking about how unaffordable housing is and what the problems are, and so relatively little time thinking about the solutions. This would be terrific. And it actually has turned out to be even more fun than I ever dreamed of. There are 3 categories of the Ivory Prize: one on finance, one in the policy and regulatory area, and one on construction and design. The way the process works is there's about 160 to 180 entries each year. The University of Utah students, under the direction of Abby Ivory, go through the first round of submissions, narrow it down to 80 or 90 submissions, from which the judges pick the top 25. The students then do some more due diligence. We narrow it down to the top 10, and then the winners and the top 10, and then we do the winners and runners up in each category. It is a fabulous process. I have learned so much from the other judges. We discuss each entry. And you're going to hear from the winners today. The structure of this of the program today is, first, we're going to have the winners in the finance category, or the winner and runner-up in the finance category, followed by the regulatory and policy category. There's going to be a short break, and then we're going to hear from the winners in the construction and design category. And then there's going to be a session at the end on Biden administration actions to close the racial homeownership gap. That is going to be moderated by my colleague, Yannicka Radcliffe. And we're going to hear from Julia Gordon, who's had a very, very busy day because they dropped the MMI report this morning. She's going to be speaking this afternoon. So we are thrilled about this program. In terms of a couple of housekeeping details, for those of you who are online and want to ask questions, just type them into your chat. For those of you who are in the room, there's a QR code available. Just type your questions in, and they'll be filtered and sent to the moderator of each session. It's been, I can't tell you what an honor and privilege it is to be one of the Ivory Prize judges through the years. It has been really interesting, really informative. You'll hear from the winners today in terms of how different each of the entries are, and how they each are a piece of the housing affordability solution. With that, I would like to introduce Clark Ivory, who's the founder of the Ivory Prize. In his day job, he is the CEO of Ivory Homes, which is Utah's largest home builder. So with that, let me turn it over to Clark Ivory. And thank you all very much for coming today.
Well, our thanks to Laurie. If any of you know her well, she is not afraid to tell you what she thinks, and we love having her on our advisory board. We have very rigorous debates about housing, about the innovations that we're looking about, the companies, and it's really been a terrific experience. Ivory Innovation, of course, as Laurie said, was hatched 5 years ago. And it's a highly entrepreneurial approach to finding fresh new solutions to housing affordability. We focus far more on solutions than we do on the challenges. We think there's plenty of organizations out there that are diagnosing the problem. We don't think there's enough going on for solutions. And the real genesis happened as I came back. I'd spent 3 years living in Eastern Europe, from 2014 to 2017. And I had been fortunate enough in 2006 to sort of see that the industry was changing, and I really pulled back dramatically when I saw such an incredible supply imbalance. And fortunate, we went to cash as a company, and that gave us enormous opportunities in the subsequent years. Ultimately, allowed us to buy a lot of properties at the right prices that we could then operate on for the next several years, and that allowed me to go on a humanitarian mission for my church for a few years. But coming back, I was surveying the landscape and looking to see about what was going on in housing. And for me, it was very crystal clear that the biggest issue was affordability. And it was going to be an enormous challenge in our state. And of course, this was something that the coast had been talking about forever. But I said, no, this is going to hit inland. It's going to come into these interior states. These growing economies are going to be really hit by housing affordability. And I started talking to my wife's uncle, Kent Colton, who had run the National Home Builders Association for a number of years and had been involved also with Chris Herbert's group at the Joint Centers for Housing Studies at Harvard. And I said, we've got to do something about this. I'd really like to pull together a group that's going to help us figure this thing out. And if we're going to do something, if we want to invest in something that will have an impact going forward, I want to invest in housing affordability and whatever we can do to make an impact there. So Kent made a lot of great introductions, and we had the opportunity, as Carol said, to go around and visit some of these prospective advisors. And I can still remember going to Chris Herbert's office in Cambridge, and we had an opportunity to sit down, and he was very excited to be involved in this group that was going to look at solutions and innovations. And as I left his office, I went to the Coop just up in Harvard Square, and I started looking at some books, and I found this one called The Medici Effect. It was written by an HBS grad not that long ago, and he was African-American and Scandinavian mix, and he had such a unique approach to looking at innovation. And I was reading through this, and I thought, we can't just look at it from the lens of the experts. We need to really also look at it from the lens of, a group that's going to be most impacted. And then that's what made us start to think about how important it would be not just to put together an amazing advisory group and think tank, but in fact to put together a student-led effort at the university that would really give us unique insights, because it is the students of today that will be most concerned about the housing of tomorrow. And so we started to dig into that, and my daughter at the time, Abby, was working at Sorenson Impact on a variety of social issues, and I was able to persuade her to help us lead this effort. And then, of course, we added Jenna Louie to the team, along with some other amazing individuals that have sort of helped us guide this. But it's been cool to sort of dig into the students and figure out what really they think needs to be done. And they have a completely different view than my generation, than many of our generation. And so it's been helpful. To date, we now have 21 universities across the country, some outstanding institutions that are engaged with us. And we had Hack a House just in September, which is a 24-hour sort of marathon of student thought and ideas, where we give them some challenges in, like Laurie said, in construction and design, in regulatory reform and finance. And we ask them to come up with fresh new ideas that we can bring into our marketplace. And so this has been fun for the last several years to listen to all their ideas. I still remember in the very first one where we had Ivory Innovations, or when we had Hack a House, we were there with the students, and I was asked to give a little talk and introduce things, and we were walking around the room. I was putting a microphone in a lot of these students' faces and just sort of forcing them to give their insights and their input, just pushing them a little bit so that they'd engage. And I went up to this one kid and pushed in his face, and I said, what do you know, or what is your passion about housing affordability? And he said, he says, I know something about it. He said, my mother fell upon hard times and was really not able to help me get through college. She lives too far away for me to stay at her home. I'm sleeping in my car as an engineering student at the University of Utah. And that completely changed the perspective of our discussion for the next 24 hours, as everyone was like, this is not just something that is ethereal, this is real. We've got to really get to this. We got to figure out how to approach these challenges. And so since then, these students have had an opportunity to come up with all kinds of new ideas and dreams. And they've helped us look at 600 different companies and organizations that have had ideas that we think could have an impact on housing affordability. And today we're going to share with you our top 10 from the past year that are really incredible individuals. As we sat around a table for lunch with this group, I was so impressed with the quality and the caliber of the talent that is bringing forward these new ideas. And I'm excited for you to hear from them. This is needed more than ever before. 2008 to 2018, we were just looking at our own cost structure in our own business. We build about 1,200 homes a year. Next year it won't be 1,200. It'll be more like 800 or 900. But we also built 500 apartments. And our cost structure moved in just over a decade by 37%, 2008 through 2018. In the last few years, it's moved an equal amount. So we've seen just these rapidly rising costs. And of course, we know we have enormous labor challenges. In fact, I was just talking to Natalie Gochner, one of our other advisors, and this isn't just a cyclical industry that's now going to face some of the same old challenges that we've always had. It's a cyclical challenge right now that's also hitting a few structural challenges. The labor issue is not just cyclical, it is structural. And perhaps even interest rates will not just be a cyclical situation, but rather a structural situation where we could have sustained levels of higher inflation and higher rates for a considerable period of time. So I think it's what I sort of call the double whammy against affordable housing that's sort of happening right now. And we need to be very aware that the challenge is in front of us, but there are enormous opportunities, and I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because of these amazing individuals that are here with us today. I want to just say we are looking ahead and want to have the energy and the optimism that comes out of, listening to entrepreneurs that are figuring out fresh ideas that will help us solve the big issues. And as a builder, we look forward to having time finally to sort of take our breath and to start to work on some solutions in this coming year. We've just been barely keeping up. But now, and we've implemented numerous things in our own state which have really had an impact on housing affordability, but we could do so much more. And this time in the cycle is going to give us some opportunity to really focus on innovation. And I just want to thank all of you here today because you are here because you care about housing affordability. And I hope you're just as excited as I am to hear from our top 10. I think we're going to start off with an amazing panel. But that's my word for the day. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being committed to innovation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abby Ivory, the Managing Director of Ivory Innovations, and we are so excited to be here today at the Urban Institute and, like Clark said, share with you some of the amazing ideas that we've found over the last year. The best part about working in this space is that every year we get to look at new companies, new public policy that's kind of come forward, new nonprofits that are helping to change and inform the space, driving innovation, and specifically driving innovation that drives affordability, which is really important to us. And so today we're going to highlight a couple of those things, but we wanted, as this is our 5th year of running the Ivory Prize, so we have 4 years of winners, but we are running our 5th year right now. So if anyone knows an innovative company, nonprofit, really interesting financial group that's trying to address this challenge, we would love to know more about this company that you know. So please feel free to reach out to us. Our emails are on our website. There's an info email on the website, but we would be more than happy to, connect with any of these people that you think are innovators or driving the space, or anyone who's really looking for solutions. I can't believe it's the 5th year and I'm so excited. But over the last 4 years, we've seen a lot of different trends in finance. And I'm here to introduce the finance panel that will be coming up next. A lot of things that we've seen are different creative financing solutions that give equity to renters. I think that's a really interesting theme that we've seen in the last little bit. We also have seen a lot of companies looking to solve the issue of any sort of down payment barriers. So some of that upfront cost of housing can be very prohibitive to people as they seek to purchase their own housing, and even sometimes renting. It can be a real issue if you're trying to get first month's, last month's rent. You live in New York City, it costs, you're putting $8,000 down on that. That can be hard, and we've come up with a few different solutions to that. A third theme that we've seen is just the overall equity and inclusion that needs to happen specifically within the financial space, specifically emphasizing financial education. I think that's very important. And then also, removing racial bias from a lot of different financial instruments and things that are happening there. As we look forward into the future, one theme we've really identified this year, and I'm sure will be discussed today, is a need for financial solutions in modular housing. And so as we're coming up with this as a potential solution or an innovation in the housing space, there's a large need for solutions there. I know we've kind of been addressing the financial solutions for ADUs specifically, and we've seen some products come out lately on that, which is amazing, but would love to point people towards a new area if anyone here is an innovator and looking to find a new space. I just next would like to introduce our panel moderator, Lori Goodman, who is already up here. Lori, the Institute Fellow and founder of the Housing Finance Policy Center here at the Urban Institute. But before Lori comes up, we're going to run a quick video on the 2022 winner of the Ivory Prize for Housing Affordability in the finance category. And their name is Black Star Stability. So I think we'll just roll the video. Thanks, guys.
When I think of housing affordability, I really think about what Blackstar is doing for low, moderate income families and giving them something that they could leave for the next generation.
Blackstar focuses on attacking predatory lending practices, in particular, these predatory forms of seller financing. We focus on contracts for deed and similar sorts of products that create an illusion of ownership where really there's not. So in contrast to a traditional mortgage where a buyer takes both ownership and possession of a property right away, under these contracts, the seller remains the legal owner and title holder of a property until the very last payment is made. Less than 1 in 5 of these families will ever eventually own the property. We take those homes and work with the families to convert that financing into traditional mortgages. We buy those properties and absorb the cost in ways that make the housing more affordable for them, that lower the cost of financing for those families, and actually make them owners. It's a one-way ticket to an improved set of circumstances where a family owns a home.
Dayton, Ohio for us is definitely the epitome of home. I can't really think of any place else I want to be. All our kids are primarily here, and it's something for them to come to. It's a gathering point. It's love in the building. It's just togetherness. Yeah. Having a home is togetherness.
We found out that we were paying for years a mortgage, and we weren't going to be owning this home. We're with a mortgage company that they were not legitimate. He contacted Blackstar and talked to them about our situation. Blackstar
to me, to us, it's kind of like having a friend come behind you and kind of put their arm over your shoulder and say, hey,
it's gonna be okay.
This is what we want to do for you.
Yeah.
And they just made this process great for us. It's actually, we're really thankful for them.
I can't say enough about Blackstar.
This is my neighborhood from the time I was a child. I grew up in several areas of Dayton. I like Dayton because it's trying to get back something that it lost. And I think with neighborhoods like the one I live in, it can get that. I was looking for a fixer-upper, and I saw this house, Me and my wife, we saw it. We decided this is what we can do for the nieces and nephews and grandkids so that they have a place when we're not around. The realtor got bought out, and they were bought out by Blackstar. Now, Blackstar, right from the very beginning, I didn't trust them because they came at me with too much good news. They were hitting me with things like, yeah, we can help you. You don't usually hear that from somebody that you want to buy a house from. I am more than grateful for what Blackstar has done for me and what they're doing for me right now. Anything I can do to give my grandkids or my nieces and nephews a leg up, this is my start from them. I'm not really doing it for me.
You know, our mantra is do well and do good. So not only are we able to help these families, but we're also able to make sure our investors get, you know, an appropriate risk-adjusted return. Our objective is to truly, truly help these families.
Knowing that you have a company that, you know, gave you a home. I can't wait to, you know, paint my house and decorate it because I know it's our house.
It is our house. Blackstar made sure of that.
I'd like to introduce my wonderful panel. You met John Green, who's the managing principal of Blackstar Stability. We have David Kemper, who's the CEO of Trust Neighborhoods. And at the end, John List, the CEO of True Footage. Thank you all very much for joining me here today, and congratulations. All three of the firms represented here, Blackstar Stability, True Footage, and Trust Neighborhoods, are all very, very, very innovative, and they fill a real market need. You've just seen the video for Blackstar Stability. Why don't I start with John List, the CEO of True Footage, and then turn to David Kempner, the CEO of Trust Neighborhoods. Tell us about your firm. What do you do? So, John?
Sure. So I'm the CEO and founder of True Footage. We launched in July of 2021. And I'll talk just briefly about kind of how the idea came to be. So I was a student in business school searching for a market opportunity in the residential sector. And you know, a lot of things were going on during the midst of COVID. Specifically in the mortgage environment, we saw volumes at all-time high, turn times getting out of control, very subjective process in terms of who was getting a mortgage and how. Simultaneously, there was a period of civil unrest in the United States going on, and an increased attention on racial inequities, specifically in the appraisal space. And the more I dug into the appraisal industry, I found that there were a lot of problems. There was a massive labor shortage. The average age of appraisers, depending on where you look, was somewhere from 55 to 63. Representation was severely limited. Access to becoming an appraiser was stunted for various groups in our society. And the results of the appraisals were significantly, there was a gap. And Hispanic and Black homeowners were seeing lower appraisals than white homeowners. So True Footage was launched. We are two things. We are a staff appraising company with appraisers throughout the United States, working exclusively for our platform, fulfilling appraisals for both direct engagements with lenders and appraisal management companies, but also building software to make the appraisal process a lot more objective, leveraging data and training appraisers to make sure that they're doing everything they can to adjust, reconcile, and provide valuations that are credible and reliable.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, Lori, really good to be here. I'm one of the three co-founders of Trust Neighborhoods alongside Jason DeHamers and Kavya Shankar, who are also in the audience today. We're a nonprofit that helps neighborhoods facing gentrification with creating community-governed real estate at a mix of incomes in a way that both makes the neighborhoods continue to be better places to live, but very importantly mitigates displacement so residents can actually continue to be part of that neighborhood, especially as they continue to make it be a better place. And then thirdly, really importantly, changes power structures, so it builds that institution at the neighborhood level. We do that through the creation of these mixed income neighborhood trusts, which are new LLCs set up in support of existing neighborhood-based organizations, where all of their voting control is held in a perpetual purpose trust, and they're managed then at the neighborhood level to be, at this point, very heavily acquiring and renovating properties to be held at a mix of incomes, and we hope also long-term developing new housing in those neighborhoods. There are 4 in operation today in Boston, Tulsa, Kansas City, and Fresno. And we are really growing the nonprofit team of trust neighborhoods to support neighborhoods across the country and setting them up at the scale of need and with the urgency with which they can have the impact we hope they'll have.
Thank you. And John Green, it's very confusing to have 2 Johns on this panel out of 3 people. Is there anything you want to specifically call out that wasn't covered in your video?
Sure. And thanks again to everyone for having us today. We're just so deeply appreciative of the opportunity. What I would say is what this process more than anything has shown us is that families really are the right investment. And the families that we work with tell our story much more effectively than we ever could. But what they really speak to is the symptoms of a much larger problem. The contracts for deed, or CFDs as we refer to them for short, are a more than $200 billion industry. They've existed for more than 100 years in this country, and really the root cause of that is the lack of access to small balance mortgages. And the Urban Institute has done some fantastic work over time reflecting that. And so what happens in the absence of those mortgages is that in that void, products like CFDs thrive. And for these families, in many cases, and some of that you heard in the video, in many cases they don't realize that they are not, in fact, homeowners at the time that they acquire, and so they think and behave like homeowners do. In many cases, they accept deferred maintenance obligations. They're putting sweat equity and real capital into properties. They're typically doing that at above market prices for their transactions, so their interest rates tend to be well in excess. In our own portfolio that we've acquired, most of the CFDs and similar instruments are around 10% interest rate. These have been originated over the last decade. In our pipeline, we have rates as high as 18 and 20%. And these families are accepting the obligations of ownership without any of the real benefits. They can't sell, transfer, lease their properties, and it's a mixed bag as to whether they can even deduct their interest from their taxes the way you would a traditional mortgage. And there are just very few consumer protections available to them. So none of the typical process that you would associate with a mortgage finance transaction, where there are very clear disclosures about the property, truth in lending standards, inspections, appraisals, et cetera. That's just not a part of their world. This is largely unregulated at the federal level. It's subject to a patchwork of state level regs that are inconsistent and very unevenly applied. So it's those issues that really drew us to the issue, and a big part of why we're so excited to confront those problems.
Well, I mean, each of you have just like such an innovative business model, and I know, John, Les, you addressed it a little bit, but what made you decide to launch your firm? Did you have a prior unsuccessful venture, or was this your first venture? I mean, normally, if you said to people, launch a venture, sort of doing a large-scale diversity and appraisal and good AVM models or mixed neighborhoods or sort of converting contract to deeds for mortgages aren't necessarily the first thing that people would think of. So what made you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't grow up thinking I would be in the appraisal industry, but it did happen. And the way that I kind of moved into this business was I was a real estate agent in high school. And then during college, I worked for a real estate agent all through college. And oftentimes when I was a real estate agent, I would see that square footage in particular was a manipulated metric in the real estate space. And as aggregators like Zillow came to the public environment, metrics became super important. And obviously with the whole conversation with AVMs, you have a garbage in, garbage out problem unless you clean the data up front. Hence the name True Footage. And so, originally when we started, it was just a square footage product where we would get you more accurate square footage, which would lead to a larger, a better outcome in terms of a more accurate valuation. what I quickly learned was that the appraisal space in particular had issues with data, all over the place. It wasn't just square footage. It was even bedrooms and bathrooms and condition and quality. And furthermore, these disparate outcomes with data were affecting different populations in our society differently. And so in order to create maximum impact, I realized that we really needed to bring this technology to the appraiser and control the pipelines in which the data was reported in order to get to more accuracy. So that's eventually how I landed in the appraisal space, and why we think being in the appraisal space is a unique opportunity to clean up a lot of the data problems that happen upstream during the transaction process.
Thank you. Dave.
I think for us, the three of us as co-founders came from different directions, where Jason had been in finance and I think became both, just absolutely brilliant at financial modeling and building out innovative structures, but I think wanted to use that in a way that was for impact and sort of fell for the fact that housing is so capital intensive. That's a place to really run with it. Kavi had been in the White House and the Obama Foundation and had a great interest of seeing how much capital was sitting on the sidelines compared to the public policy sides, and really wanted to harness that for good. I was more in the housing space. I worked in New York City housing for housing preservation development and state planning, and saw both I got to be on teams that worked with gentrifying neighborhoods, and there was through inclusionary zoning that there was anti-displacement efforts. But I grew up in Kansas City and saw that you have neighborhoods across the country that have this happening with very little of the attention or resources or focus of what was happening in New York on those two neighborhoods. And the three of us came together and really importantly, right at the beginning, just sat down with dozens, if not close to 100 neighborhood-based organizations and housing groups and listened and said, what's your experience been as your neighborhood is gentrified, or as it's facing it? What are you worried about? How do you spend your days? What's going on? And consistently, there was this pain point identified of not being able to step into the market in their own neighborhood, pull properties off of it, actually control them in their own interest, and both continue to make the neighborhood better places. Their neighborhood's using this to renovate long vacant housing, but also do it in a way that is actually for the current residents. And then I think really lucky on our part, there were a couple of neighborhoods that said, let's pilot this with you. We were in one of the first, we set these workshops with residents with a neighborhood-based organization, which ended up both coming to the governance of that neighborhood-based organization and actually writing the legal agreement, which is this purpose trust. And there was one of the first residents in one of those workshops that said, so there's not a model for this out there, which typically would be a moment of great distrust. And they said, that's great, let's go out and be one. And it's really lucky to have those couple of neighborhoods that really workshopped with us as we built out the model. And it's resonated where now we have dozens and far more neighborhoods than we have capacity to work with, asking about setting up a similar structure in theirs.
John Green?
Sure. So this actually was, for me, my first venture, but for our team, not. I had spent a long time in commercial real estate. Funny enough, one of the projects I worked on was the development of the building we're sitting in now. And so part of our team had been working in the sort of institutional investment management space, part of in the public sector, and really working on innovative strategies around affordable housing finance, largely in response to issues that were wrought by the global financial crisis. And I think collectively what we recognized was this huge, unmined, sort of naturally occurring segment of the market that was that had unusually low ownership. That being this sort of small balance sector. Think properties $100,000 and less. And it's the ownership is lower there, not because families can't afford, but because they cannot finance these properties because of the lack of availability of traditional mortgages. The stat to remember is that less than 30% of all properties that are $70,000 or less nationally are financed with a traditional mortgage. And that has a lot less to do with the creditworthiness or the financial wherewithal of the families who would seek those mortgages, and everything to do with the economics of mortgage originations. The fixed cost of originating a $50,000 mortgage are substantially the same as a $500,000 mortgage. And so the industry tends not to produce nearly enough of the former for the families that otherwise demand that. And so in that void, in the absence of those traditional mortgages, you have products like CFDs that creep into the space. And really have become a dominant force. It creates an environment where the cost of financing are significantly higher for the folks who can afford it the least. in terms of those cost premiums. And so what's wrought by that is you have lower home ownership, and as a function of that lower home ownership in this space, you have disinvestment in the homes, by extension disinvestment in those communities, and all of this with a backdrop of skyrocketing cost on the material and labor cost side to actually produce housing. And so for us, it was recognizing that some of the areas of strength that our team had established on the commercial real estate side, on the affordable housing side, and some of the tactics and relationships for solutions we had crafted during the wake of the GFC would allow us an opportunity to confront this in some new and exciting ways.
So doing a startup is really, really hard. There's, sort of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So what difficulties or challenges did you encounter in the early startup phase? And also what difficulties and challenges are you encountering now while you're trying to scale? And actually, why don't we go in the same order? So John, you go first.
Yeah, I think it's more like 200 steps forward and 1,000 steps backwards. But it's definitely been very interesting. So obviously, when I started my company, the environment was very different, right? We were launching in July of 2021. Rates were, 2 to 3%. And obviously, we're in an environment now where I'm in a transaction-based business, and there's, 70% less transactions in the market. And so getting the entire ship to move to face this new market at a pace that meets the moment is incredibly difficult. In that period from July 2021, where we were 4 people at my company, to now where we're 460 in just 12 months or a little bit more, you have to get all of the appraisers to adjust pricing and their processes to meet the moment of being faster. You have to get the product team to iterate quicker, to get more, try more things in this new market environment. You have to get the engineering team to hit their deadlines and the operations team to adjust to all the changing market conditions. So I think the biggest challenge is just timing everything. And so, what we've been doing is just trying to prototype and try new things as quickly as possible. And I think that's one of the ways to mitigate some of the changes so that you can see what's working and what's not working rather quickly. But yeah, definitely different than, when I signed up for this 12 months ago.
I think for us, a big thing is building up our own capacity I think fortunate at the beginning is we went, well, will anyone want to work with us from a stance of an outside Andy saying, hey, look, trust us, we're actually building an Andy that's going to be your own Andy long term. And it's scary. I don't have the background and look like many of the neighborhoods we work with and the most impacted residents for it. There's reasons for deep distrust. We thought you won't be setting up these structures. Now it's flipped. We're a couple of them in operation. We have now 4 in operation. We're getting all this inbound, literally people on the website sending us emails saying this sounds like our neighborhood. And we have a small team, and we've said yes a lot, and that means that we've really run a lot with setting things up. But building up that capacity in a thoughtful way is, I think, probably our biggest piece on scaling right now. And also just moving from being a smaller team where we all get involved in everything, and actually coming to a point where we say, well, let's build out to have layers and really support the neighborhoods at different levels. There are also advantages to the scale, where we start to have more pattern recognition. We start to have resources we can build across and expertise we can build across for the various neighborhood trusts.
Yeah, data gaps were actually were and continue to be a big issue for us to confront. So the smaller balance segment of the market is one that has not and will not ever garner the attention that the more mainstream and conventional segments of the market do. So that's in terms of research, but that's also in terms of just transaction data. So one of the unique aspects in particular about the alternatively financed segment of the market is that things as fundamental as recording transactions are not standards of practice. And so when you don't have recorded transactions, you don't know where the product exists, you don't know who owns it, you have no idea about the transaction volume, and as you'd imagine, that makes things incredibly hard to not only inform yourself, but to tell the story as you're trying to raise capital and trying to build consensus in terms of the approaches to the solutions. That lack of transaction volume leads to appraisal gap issues, makes it harder to be able to, to peg, and so it creates a sort of difficult cycle where, for many of the same reasons that it was difficult to finance initially with a traditional mortgage, it conspires to create more. You look at the sort of credit environment and you say, well, on the consumer side, there tends to be a lot of credit invisibility. Experian released information that suggests more than 20% of all Black consumers in the country are considered credit invisible, i.e. they do not have a credit score. More than 16% of Hispanic borrowers the same. And then when you look at lower credit, it's roughly 40% of Black consumers have credit scores less than 620, an incremental, call it 30% for Hispanic borrowers. And so for an issue that disproportionately affects Black and brown families and in low and moderate income communities, those are difficult challenges to confront. So on the capital raising side, we had to look very aggressively to proxies to be able to book in and to characterize the behaviors by virtue of other reasonable points of reference. And it continues to be an issue for us today, as we are in very uncertain economic times where not only interest rates, but inflation, expectations around housing prices, general volatility in the market, it makes it harder to plot a path forward when you have very imperfect information. So it's an issue that we continue to grapple with.
Thank you. All of you are in different ways allowing people to increase their housing stability. David Kemper of Trust Neighborhoods by providing stable rental housing, John Liss by solving the appraisal issue and thereby eliminating a barrier to home ownership, particularly for Black and Latino borrowers, and John Green by allowing borrowers to retain their home. Could you describe your contribution in this area, emphasizing the racial equity element? And why don't we start with David in the middle?
Sure. For renters, one, they're the most vulnerable to displacement, and especially Black and brown communities are experiencing displacement from gentrification, as there are places that had wealth destroyed and power destroyed, and are especially vulnerable to that flipping dynamic, which is happening with gentrification. But then also, if you look at who are the renters in the neighborhoods themselves, it's disproportionately women of color. And evictions are disproportionately Black women happening across the board. So alongside all the efforts happening around building home ownership, and not, especially for these rapidly changing neighborhoods, it's really important to make sure not only that there is not harm created, which unfortunately right now you're seeing families experiencing homelessness for the first time in their lives as they're kicked out of a home, so it can be flipped for a higher income home buyer, but also making sure they actually are in a place where they can start to save up money and be in a place with social connections and be in a place with meaning for themselves and often proximity to jobs in those cities to move into a higher opportunity place in life.
John?
So I'm trying to focus on what I can control. What I can control is obviously, the elephant in the room in terms of mortgage and the appraisal system is the effect of redlining on appraised values. I can't control for that. But there's two major problems in the appraisal industry that I can control for. The first is about representation in the industry. So if you look at the appraisal industry, it's 97% white, 85% male, and the reason for that is obviously an apprenticeship-based model where essentially, fathers train their sons into the industry, and for decades that was the only way that you got in. So our company is extremely focused on getting new people into the industry, and our metrics for that right now are about 45% from non-traditional backgrounds, and I think we can get better over time. The second thing is making sure that all of our appraisers are using data where it's available. So oftentimes we see issues around comp selection and adjustments. Those are the two major pieces to what goes into an appraised value. And so making sure that we have built software and data analytic tools to require appraisers to use the most rigorous process available to them from the comparables approach and the adjusted values is another thing that we're doing to make sure that we can limit the gap as much as possible.
Thank you. And I think one thing that's so cool about your company is that you're actually putting these tools in appraisers' hands in a way that a lot of other companies aren't.
Yeah, so we have a product called Synapse. That's an adjustment tool that essentially provides the data, appraisers with 6 different regression models in terms of how to make an adjustment properly. Because a lot of the times where you see the discrimination fester is you have someone that says, you know, in this submarket of Houston, I'll make a $20,000 adjustment for marble countertops, and in that submarket, I'm going to make a $40,000 adjustment, and that's where you see a lot of the inequities. So when you actually provide the appraiser with the data that's something that they can't refute, it's extremely powerful.
And John Green?
Sure. So homeownership is it's the bedrock of wealth for middle-income Americans. It represents a little more than 2/3 of the net worth of middle-income Americans, of the sort of middle 80% of Americans. Yet today, the racial gap in homeownership is wider than it's been in more than 100 years. Right? It is literally a higher disparity today than it was prior to civil rights era legislation that was specifically prescribed to confront issues of redlining and discrimination. And so we find it incredibly important to directly provide avenues to home ownership to folks who found themselves excluded from those. So the sort of opportunity that we create by buying product at significant discounts and then working with families to finance with traditional mortgages confers some pretty significant financial benefits. So first, we make them outright owners. So as mentioned in the video, less than 1 in 5 of these families would otherwise become owners over time. We make them immediately title holders, owners of their properties. And by that process, we are transferring equity to them. So on average, our operations to date have transferred roughly $35,000 per family of equity. For these families, that represents a more than 28x increase in their net assets, not even considering for any of their liabilities. To the extent that a property is underwater, and at the time that these are these contracts were initially struck, almost invariably they were underwater. Today, that's not the case, but when properties are underwater, we absorb the negative equity to make sure that they no longer are. On average, that's been roughly 20%. We reduce the monthly P&I payments for the families. To this point, it's been roughly 30%. On average, every family has the opportunity to either minimize their term, minimize their payment, whatever is the best overall solution for them. So that's been our performance to date. And we extinguish any sort of penalties or arrearages that are associated. So if you think about the revenue model for many of the originators of these sorts of contracts, it's very similar to the way that a payday lender might operate, where the penalties are very much a part of the revenue model. So we extinguish those out of hand, and where we find is roughly 1/3 of the properties seem to have some sort of penalties and arrearages associated. And in general, they are about 3x. Those penalties are about 3x the net assets of those families. So for us, reducing or removing those barriers to ownership while responsibly allowing financing.
Let me just ask one quick follow-up question. So you're, in some sense, your model is dependent on being able to source these contracts for deed at a discounted price to begin with. You've been very successful at that, and I trust you expect that to continue. Could you talk about that for just a minute?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is. It's a very unique environment where in the markets today, and it's been that way for slightly different reasons for a while. Performing pools of these contracts have become a bit of an albatross that are available at steeper discounts than non-performing pools of mortgages, despite the fact that objectively they're a stronger form of collateral, right? You own title outright. Perfecting your interest is a much faster accomplished and easier accomplished process than foreclosure in many places. And part of the reason for that has been the sort of unique cocktail of headline regulatory and legal headwinds for folks that would otherwise seek to hold those contracts for yield. So there have been some very increasingly aggressive outcomes on the part of attorneys general who've pursued some of the more aggressive actors here. So you've had outcomes where not only have operators been penalized, but they've reached through and penalized hedge fund investors who have backed them. You have had outcomes where operators have been forced to transfer title to properties for no additional consideration for perceived bad acts, and they've been restricted from doing business in those states. So that's sort of the weight of that has resulted in dramatically depressed pricing. So our model does rely on being able to maintain a spread between the basis that we acquire and the disposition prices of the mortgages we're selling.
So each of you has found some white space in which to launch your firm. Is there other white space out there that you think is ripe for innovation? And why don't I start with John? Is there like your next venture?
I don't know if I'm there yet.
Okay, and you can pass. You can pass.
No. But I will say, I started as a real estate agent, and there's been tens of billions of dollars poured into the brokerage space from a venture capital perspective, and nobody has kind of solved that area. I think fundamentally, paying 6% to real estate agents, given where pricing is right now, is not where it should be placed. And there's a very interesting case going on with the DOJ around price fixing on the buy side of the brokerage industry that is going to put some pressure on commissions. And I think there could be something interesting to do whereby that 6% was instead passed through to either the seller for more in their value of their home so that they can go put that in a down payment as they're getting priced out right now when they're trying to move up, or give it to the buyer so that it can help fund some of their down payment, as I think we're talking about today, with a lot of help around getting buyers more access to down payments that are affordable.
I think there's room for a lot of innovation inside of governmental entities. I having formerly been in New York State government and feels appropriate being here in DC. And three top line ones is one at a grander scale. I think a certain dream of a couple people on our team and me certainly is if the United States built a domestic development bank akin to something like what Germany has with KfW. We built it for Germany. We didn't build it for ourselves. We're kind of building it right now with the Green Bank. But a team that says, look, let's do financing and technical capacity to support things like neighborhood trust, to support different entities across a wide spectrum of policy goals that is actually delivered at the national level. A second piece, I think we see this problem of anti-displacement happening at neighborhood level and then affordability being delivered, certainly here in DC, to lotteries across the entire city in a way that then means that you have neighborhoods in South DC, which are experiencing displacement, but the affordable units go randomly to the entire city. And there's almost a world of, which I think would be a dream, a small thing of building a matching market system where if someone won the lottery and now has a unit in the Wharf and someone else has one in North DC, but they are in opposite places where they want to be, they could say, hey, look, I've got a 50% AMI 2-bedroom, I'll swap you, which would be working in New York across something like 600,000 units in that category. All the time you had families who would end up an hour and a half away from their family and job because that happened to be where they won the lottery, and it would be a very easy fix. And the third is, I think, as all this money comes in the IRS, is a big part of stigma and onerous qualities for housing is income verification. Certainly going to be the case in the neighborhood trusts that have income verification requirements. And the IRS has shown from the COVID check distributions they can actually do pretty good income verification and checks. And making that widely available across housing would save massive costs and ease, and certainly widely applicable to so many different programs across the board that would remove stigma, reduce cost, and just make it so much easier to access so many services, certainly in housing included.
Sure, I'll try to be quick. So one of the opportunities we think is wrought by the rising interest rate environment is the fact that the refi activity is dried up, right? And what that means is for small balance lending, there's oxygen in the room that previously wasn't, because when the market's going gangbusters, no one wants to consider how they might finance $50,000, $75,000 mortgages. But now, we think that there can be the capacity to do that, and the opportunity to be able to pick off originators at a much more discounted basis than they otherwise would be because of that displacement in the market, we think presents a bit of an interesting opportunity. The second is, I think one of the things we've recognized by transferring significant equity to families is that for the same reasons that they cannot get a primary mortgage, they can't actually tap that equity in order to address their own maintenance issues. And so we do think that the financing of these maintenance issues is much less the issue than being able to operationalize in a geographically dispersed manner. We think that the naturally occurring stock represents such a huge opportunity for us nationally to be able to put a real dent in the affordable housing crisis if families can get that in their hands. So we're excited about that. And then lastly, insurance. So one of the problems, the sort of corollary problems that we encounter is, again, in the smaller balance segment, in our judgment, is sort of mispricing around the risks associated with ownership in this space. And so we have a lot of thoughts around how that can be more efficiently delivered.
So one last question before we go to audience Q&A. So for those of you in the audience, those of you here, please scan the QR code and submit your question. Those of you who are online, please put it in the chat. The impact of higher rates. We've seen quite a few financial companies scale down due to the unpredictability of rates and high borrowing costs. How is this affecting you? Are you downsizing, ramping up? John, it has to have had a huge effect on your volumes.
So, much to my surprise and happiness, volumes are still actually up for us.
Wow, very
and
nice.
We still represent a rather small percentage of the overall transaction market, which is one of the great things about trying to build within the real estate ecosystem. For us, what matters is turn times on our appraisals, revision rates, which is a proxy for accuracy. So as long as we're outperforming kind of status quo, sole proprietors, we're continuing to gain market share, but certainly, it's not free out there, and it definitely requires, hard work and diligence.
David?
I think for us,
You may be less affected.
Well, I think the two effects might be, on the one hand, there are now 4 neighborhood trusts out there, and they have a pretty good thumb on the pulse of what's happening in their neighborhoods. And the interest rates is seeing more properties come onto the market, and that's probably going to happen even more so. So there's kind of a window of opportunity here where well-capitalized neighborhood institutions that are pulling those properties off could really change both these neighborhoods and many across the country. The flip side is that's because the debt cost is going up. We just had a closing of a neighborhood trust in Boston. There's now 36 buildings in East Boston. It's the East Boston Neighborhood Trust. Very exciting. Happened in the midst of changing interest rates. And so we added in another portion of the capital stack of subordinated debt, which actually pulled some of that debt into subordinated debt at a cheaper cost. And there were people who wanted to participate in that way. And we're probably going to do more of that in the future in order to help lessen some of these costs, the capital stack of using debt in the same way. We're building 2 national funds right now, and part of the reason is one is the sort of common equity in these neighborhood trusts, which is what we're proving out. The other one is purely that kind of subordinated debt, and a big part of that is being able to step more effectively into this moment.
Sure. Yeah, it's presented both challenges and opportunities for us. So given the refinancing nature of the product that we provide, anything that that tightens the spread between the sort of prevailing rates and where rates are in the market means that the propensity to refi for any consumers goes down. We offer a suite of financial benefits that extends far beyond just the refi and outright ownership. We think is important, but we think that will present some headwinds over time, and we're aggressively observing that. One of the interesting things to note amongst the families, we try to survey feedback from all of the families that we work with. The financial benefits are extremely highly ranked, but it's actually not the highest. Surprisingly, the actual ownership of the homes rates higher. And right behind that is the benefits to their children, that the stability of home ownership provides to their children, rate even higher than the financial benefits. So, to this point, that's been an interesting takeaway for us. The interest rates affect disposition pricing for the mortgages that we create. Certainly creates a dynamic where we have to be very disciplined on the other side of the equation. With housing prices declining and an expectation of more, means LTVs go up. It means that the sort of exposure that you have to manage much more carefully. And just generally the volatility in the market means that pricing has uncertainties. On the opportunity side, though, in the same way that disposition prices go down, acquisition prices should go down for the same reasons. That generally tends to lag, and so the onus is on us to remain disciplined about the ways that we are that we're actually acquiring. But it also creates an environment where the lack of liquidity in certain spaces creates the need for folks to sell product, in some cases quickly, and there tends to be a very thin secondary market for bulk transactions of this sort of product. So being one of the better capitalized players that's able to operate with the sensibilities of a more institutional manager allows us to play offense in some important ways.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn to some of the audience Q&A, and the first question is actually for David Kemper. In terms of both mechanics and outcomes, how is your model different from alternatives such as the traditional community land trust model? I thought that was a really good question.
Yeah, I think, at the beginning we were going to call it a mixed income land trust. Both not as good of an acronym as Mint or mixed income neighborhood trust. And there's a neighborhood in Philadelphia that was part of our listening, and they said, hey, look, we're calling this neighborhood trust. Let's get in sync on. And a big part of it was listening to neighborhoods and what they wanted. So we called it mixed income neighborhood trust. Land trusts typically do ownership of land and then lease to an aligned owner. This, in some ways, is simpler. It's just an outright ownership of the properties as a whole stack, and that was part of the interest in this. Land trusts tend to be homeownership focused. This is complementing them in terms of being mixed income rental focused. You could use a land trust and rental focus. And then I think just some of the scale and kind of energy we wanted to put into the structure meant building a different model in that way, where there are a lot of really good land trusts out there, but they're, I think building a kind of a smaller scale, and where you're hearing from the neighborhoods that they wanted really to be the urgency of stepping into the scale displacement happening in those neighborhoods. Tony Pickett, who's runs Ground Solutions here in DC, I don't know if he's actually here or not. He's on our board, and he is very much so at the center of the land trust world. And so we are, in some neighborhoods, looking at really having them coordinate and build out in parallel, so you're stepping into those different needs inside the same neighborhood at the same time.
For John Liss, it seems like a more transparent appraisal process might also downvalue some properties. How do you deal with that? Has that been a significant problem?
Yes, I mean, it hasn't been a problem for us. I do think that confirmation bias is a huge issue in the appraisal industry, that if we're really going to solve the appraisal bias issue, we need to solve the confirmation bias issue. And what that basically is in a nutshell is that in the purchase process in particular, where the appraisal gap is much more observed than in the refinance process, appraisers are essentially trying to hit the contract price, because if they don't, banks blacklist them from doing more appraisals at their bank. And so what you see is in white neighborhoods, which tend to have more distinctive features than Hispanic or Black neighborhoods, there's a lot more properties that are able to hit that contract price because the appraiser is able to weight the comps and the features differently than they might in more urban areas, which explains kind of why there's a bigger gap in Latino neighborhoods in particular. And so if we're going to solve this appraisal bias issue and low appraisal issue, we're going to need to solve this confirmation bias issue. The problem with that is that obviously as a result, there's going to be less properties that appraise generally, which is not the bank's business. And so it's going to take a lot of stakeholders to kind of solve this issue together and prioritize exactly which part of the ecosystem they really want to solve, the bias issue or the velocity and volume issue.
And then a question for John Green. Is it fair to say that your model relies heavily on opportunities created by consumer protections enforced by attorney generals? And if so, does this create a geographic constraint for scaling?
Yeah, what's interesting is where we tend to have the most activity are places where there are weaker consumer protection laws at the state level, but higher concentrations of properties that are smaller balance. We think that we certainly benefit from the more aggressive prosecution of actors in this space who have behaved in ways that are not necessarily beneficial toward consumers, but it doesn't exclusively rely on that. The issue is that seems to plague the market and that affects pricing is kind of a confluence of activities. So following the wake of the global financial crisis, you had a space that had traditionally been the domain of moms and pops, of regional actors, a very fragmented market, suddenly be flooded with a lot of Wall Street money. You had a lot of REO properties that were bought at rock bottom prices, and the best of those properties were fixed and flipped. Many others became single-family rental. But a lot of the smaller balanced properties were sold via products like CFDs. But they found themselves financed in structures that were more akin to traditional private equity structures. So now you find yourself in an environment where there are many funds that are at or near the end of their fund life. They're naturally seeking realizations into an environment where there is naturally this sort of depressed interest in holding that product, and especially buying that product in bulk. So they acquired in bulk in ways that had not necessarily been aggregated in those ways previously, but they also unintentionally invited the scrutiny of regulators. So I think we certainly benefit from the scrutiny of regulators, as I mentioned, but it doesn't solely rely on it. It does rely on a disparity between the pricing of this product versus traditional mortgages, which we do the yeoman's work to create for families, though.
So you can view all three of your businesses as being sort of impact-focused businesses. And the question is this: a common belief is that impact-focused business models require that some concession be made in terms of profit. Do your businesses disprove that notion? That is, do your investors end up with sort of a market return on their equity, or is there sort of a concessionary return because it's impact-focused? So why don't we actually start with John Liss at the end?
Yeah, so we're a venture-backed company with traditional investors. It's from the private equity space and the family office space and the venture capital space. They definitely were interested in the mission, but are definitely for profit. So I think the answer is a little bit different. So I don't think that, I think every company in the 21st century with millennial generation, has to be considering both profits and social value.
Do your investors accept a slightly lower return, or is it a market return?
I don't know the answer yet. I'll find out in 5 to 7 years.
I think, unlike John, we're a nonprofit, so at the Trust Neighborhoods level, we have donors who've been great to us. As we build the work, there are corporation fees, and so there's a world where we build to be self-sustaining off that. I think different is at the neighborhood trust level is solving for capital investors in housing. At the beginning, it's so unproven that it's been philanthropic. It's moved now into their families and family offices participating, which is really great to see. And the interest is building it towards a large capital pool, which rather than being maximizing the return in its own right, is building it into large enough portfolios that you want to own what basically is a mixed income portfolio in especially walkable urban neighborhoods. They're going to be pretty good assets over the next 10, 50 years that throw off an okay return. It's not as high as if you were investing in the person who's the gentrifier in the neighborhood and you're turning over power to the fact that this is a neighborhood-based organization, but a lot of developers take a lot of the power anyway from an investor. And you have this asset which is also counter-cyclical in terms of you have a large chunk of it. The majority of all the neighborhood trusts so far is below market housing. So we have talked to those larger institutional investors that we hope one day are the ones who say, we want to have portions of these on our balance sheets, and if they want to participate, then that's enough capital that any neighborhood facing gentrification can raise up their hand and say, let's stand up this structure, we see this coming, rapidly get capitalized, step into that ownership in their neighborhood, and really change what the future of it can be.
Yeah. I'd say our investor base is comprised of groups that I would characterize as, although there's a mix, I would say broadly they're double bottom line investors who are not necessarily so interested in compromising either the impact nor the financial return objectives. I think the nature of the offering that we present is to operate in the light in an industry that has been characterized by a lot of shadow activities. We have family offices who have aligned their wealth with their values. We have a lot of foundations, and we have some financial services institutions. I do think that they tend to be a more patient lot in terms of allowing the space to be able to do what's necessary to explore and to get to be able to get to those returns, and they recognize that it's not a single step to do it, and they are very intentional about not putting us in a position where we have to, for instance, more aggressively foreclose or force forfeitures, for instance, in order to drive returns. We're intentional about not driving shared equity models or B notes or things like that in order to drive returns. So there's a shared there's a consensus around those things, but there is an expectation that the returns are compelling risk-adjusted market returns.
So we're basically at time, but I do want to ask one last question. In launching your firm, each of you has learned quite a bit. What single piece of advice would you give to other entrepreneurs? John List first.
Keep shooting. It's a long journey, and there's a lot of reasons why everything you're doing is not going to work, particularly in housing, which is the slowest moving industry ever. So you just got to keep it moving and be okay with a lot of failures and just get back up.
I think find peers also doing the work and compared. I mean, it's been great. I've gotten to know John and John in the course of this because this world it needs to get bigger, and so it's small enough that we've all gotten to compare notes and get to know each other. And that, I mean, especially on the hard days, that goes so far.
Yeah, I would just say take the leap. It's there's such a fantastic ecosystem of folks who share the interest, and there's no silver bullet. There's not a single answer that's going to solve the issue of affordable housing. So the solutions are several, but there's a huge network of people, advocates, institutions, and just a lot of brilliant thought work that's that you stand on the shoulders of to do it. And so I've just been constantly invigorated by the support of kind of colleagues and just the resources that are available to help solve the issues we all confront.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my wonderful panel, John Liss of True Footage, David Kemper of Trust Neighborhoods, and John Green of Black Star Stability. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. What an amazing panel. It's really exciting to be here. My name is Jenna Louie. I'm here from the Ivory Innovations team, and I'm excited to kick off our next panel focused on innovations in housing policy and regulatory reform. So before we do that, we're also going to play a brief video of our 2022 prize winner. I'd just like to reflect briefly on what we've seen over the last 4 years. We've talked, as Clark mentioned, to hundreds of different entrepreneurs, nonprofits, for-profits, big, small, you name it. And what we've really seen in that time are a couple of key themes. So over the last 4 years, one of the big themes has been upzoning and infill, and I'm sure everyone in this room and everyone online is familiar with these ideas, right? How do we help governments, how do we help different municipalities think about how to create more housing and make a policy environment where that's possible? We've also been seeing a lot of innovations in workforce and labor solutions. These are helping to address whether labor shortages in residential construction, as John was saying, right, labor shortages in appraisals, and also looking at tech solutions, particularly those that make it easier to understand the impacts of zoning, the impacts of policy, and also help governments reach more members of the community and get their input as new decisions are being made. In particular, during the pandemic, we saw an increased focus on those groups working with unhoused populations, right, to either help them get on their feet or finding tech that actually helps prevent evictions, solutions that are trying to do new and innovative things there. We saw a great focus on racial justice and racial equity. There's going to be an entire panel on that later today, so I'll pause there. And then also, the last thing that I've been really excited about is just seeing more governments step into this space, whether at the federal level, the state level, the local level, seeing more groups, more institutions, more municipalities, more policymakers individually and in groups, thinking about upzoning, thinking about, for example, accessory dwelling units, and really finding ways to look for creative ideas to pilot or to bring forward fully new legislative ideas that are addressing our housing needs. This year, we had the broadest range of nominations in this policy and regulatory reform category. And really, when I think about Ivory Innovations and our role here, we're conveners. So as Abby was saying, as many of us have said, if you are interested in the space, you're here, you're listening, you're engaged, please find us. Our goal is to help connect those in the space, to give them a platform to help you pilot your solution, to help you build and scale. And so whatever that looks like, please find us and come to us, and we would love to help you. We have so many challenges, of course, facing us, but we hope that these ideas, whether the ones on stage, whether some of those that we've recognized in the past, are going to spread and take root. And that's really our goal, and that's really how we measure impact as an organization. So I'm very excited for you to meet some of these folks. Chris Herbert, who is our moderator and also the head of the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard, is going to introduce the panel and the 4 organizations that we recognized for the policy and regulatory reform category last year. Before we do that, we're going to play a brief video that highlights our 2022 Ivory Prize winner in this category, Build Up. And their innovation is in rethinking education and how you address some of the labor shortage when it comes to the residential construction trade. So thank you very much.
The concept for the school, it was like the best thing that these kids in my community could have. The idea of being able to teach them a reading, writing, and arithmetic, plus a trade skill, plus give them a living wage when they graduate, plus being able to have an associate's degree with no student loan debt, and then 2 pieces of property with no interest loans. This opportunity was miraculous. I was like, I gotta meet this man, so.
So that's how we met?
Kind of.
My name is Jamarian Lightfoot, 14 years old, so this is my second year here. Build Up is kind of great. It's not the same as regular Birmingham City schools. It's a little bit better because I have the opportunity to get more one-on-one time with teachers, learn a little both sides of working and learning at the same time.
A lot of the mathematics in the classroom is two-dimensional. And so for students to come out of the classroom and the world be their classroom where they're building, that's really the vision of education. And then while they're learning that, they're also setting the students up to become entrepreneurs or homeowners. In addition to addressing the labor shortage, you're also empowering this individual to develop some life skills and also financial literacy. Think about what that does for the city of Birmingham as a whole. And in addition to developing this individual, you're also reducing crime, you're reducing poverty. There are so many things that this labor shortage that we're addressing is helping out with so many facets of the problems that plague us in urban America.
We have a lot of poverty around here, and we have a good part of it too. When I see this community, I think of a better place where it could be.
We're only going to go where we're wanted and needed. And Inslee ended up becoming that perfect community for us to get started in. So we're both solving the community issue of fair housing, safe housing, affordable housing, but we're also hopefully solving, or at least being a part of the solution for the economic challenges that a community like Birmingham sees, where you don't have enough labor to even keep an industry afloat. We needed to create a reason for people to come back to Inslee, but also needed to have quality, dignified housing there that was affordable for the residents as well.
What is unique is the housing opportunities that the young people and their families are presented is to enter into a home ownership opportunity at 0% interest. This is totally liberating. It allows you to own a home, build wealth without becoming a slave to that debt, and it's just deeply transformative. So this home was actually in a totally different city, and it was literally moved here onto an empty lot. So my son was also a part of the crew that helped to rehab it. So that was really exciting for him to actually see this come alive right in front of him.
As our young people graduate and own homes and begin expanding and owning more property because they understand how real estate markets work, they're going to be leading that longer-term change.
This is a project that helps young people who would not have opportunities or would be marginalized because of their situations to actually have a legitimate shot at becoming healthy, productive, contributing citizens, and to create wealth for themselves, or generational wealth for themselves, to turn things around.
The panel join me on stage. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Come on. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We gotta wake up here a little bit. So I want to remind everybody that this is a prize, and so these folks here are award winners. So I just thought we deserve a big round of applause for these folks to begin with. Now, and I don't want to take away from Mark and Build Up, because they did win the prize. But I will say this, as a judge, one of the best things about this is the first year we sat down to do this, like, how are we going to decide? And I think it was Clark who might have come up with the idea. It was like, what about a top 10? And so as judges, we then get to lift up not just one firm in this category, but organization, but several. And I think that's important because I think, as was discussed already, one of the purposes of this prize, certainly Clark has made money available to the winners, which is not unimportant, but it's really to advocate and proselytize these ideas. And so I think having a chance to hear from all four of these organizations and hear about what they're doing and hopefully spread these ideas is really important. The other thing I want to point out, so my background is in public policy, and this is the top 10, and there are 3 categories. So you notice this category got 4. So this is a category that really had the riches in it this year, and so really great to see the fact that the innovation is happening in this space. In particular, we have 2 representatives of municipal governments here, and so it's not just entrepreneurs on the outside of in the private sector doing this, but people on the inside of very entrenched systems doing that. So I just want to pause and kind of point that all out as we start this conversation. So let me introduce the panel. We already saw Mark Martin from Build Up on the video. We'll come back to him in a second. But we have with us Cassie Arno, the Senior Housing Planner from the Community Development Department, the city of Cambridge, Massachusetts, my own hometown. So Cassie, great to see you here in Washington. We have Sam Prater from the founder of Los Angeles Room and Board, and Sam Quinney, the director of the lab at DC from the District of Columbia. So we saw a little bit about Build Up, so I want to start and talk with the other folks here, the other 3 runner-up, and hear about their organizations. Why don't we actually go in the order we're here on the stage? So Sam, we'll start with you. Tell us a bit about LA Room and Board.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Prater. I'm the founder of Los Angeles Room and Board, where we are focused on ending college student homelessness and hunger, and to ensure that students can complete their college degree. In California, we're facing the crisis, like I'm sure many communities in many corners across the country are, with homelessness. And 3 in 5 of our students in Los Angeles are experiencing housing insecurity. 2/3 of them are experiencing hunger. And so if we can't get our students to the finish line, to graduation, I think the California Budget and Policy Center estimated that 1 million, we'll experience a deficit of 1 million college-educated workers by 2030 if we don't act now. And so we learned that it isn't, because students don't have the wherewithal to sort of like meet the rigor of college level work, but they're failing to get their basic needs met, like housing and food. And so we're doing just that, trying to provide a safe space for them to live, but also equip them with the tools they need to find success both in their classrooms and in their communities. So that's what we're doing in LA.
All right.
Pleasure to be here.
And we'll talk about this some more in a minute. So Cassie, tell us about what's been happening in the city of Cambridge.
Happily. The idea for the affordable housing overlay came out of conversations about what we could do on the municipal level to help expedite and incentivize affordable housing production, aside from funding, which we also definitely pay attention to in Cambridge. And the overlay has become a really remarkable tool for us. It offers developers of fully affordable, permanently affordable housing an as-of-right permitting path, which is pretty groundbreaking in Cambridge, where every project prior to that was going through a discretionary permitting process that could take anywhere from close to a year to multiple years. And the overlay is now allowing us to have projects go through a rigorous and complicated but predictable path in as little as 6 to 8 months. So, and the overlay also offers some benefits to affordable housing developers to help them better compete with the market for sites in a community like Cambridge that's built out. Every site that comes on the market has competition from market buyers, and so we offer increased height, increased density, some relaxation of other requirements to give affordable housing developers a little bit of an edge up. And to be able to do a little bit more on the site than a market developer could do. And we embedded in the zoning a range of requirements in full recognition of the understandable and completely legitimate concerns among the community and some of the skeptics about what this would do in terms of having, sort of removing the discretionary approval process. by embedding hardwiring in a whole range of detailed design requirements that a developer has to meet in order to get through the process. You know, everything from percentage of fenestration to the location and the orientation of the front door as it relates to the street, and a lot of design considerations that have become fundamental to what makes good design in Cambridge. And we also have a pretty rigorous community process that's built in as a requirement, as well as 2 advisory design meetings, at least at the planning board. And while people were skeptical that this would be a reasonable substitute for the very prolonged and involved discretionary permitting process, it really has pretty much mirrored that, albeit with full control by the developer and predictability. So that's
it in a
where we
nutshell.
are.
It's a complex program. We'll come back to talk more of the details. One thing that we need to work on in Cambridge, though, is our branding. So we're talking about over lunch that this is the Affordable Housing Program, the AHO.
AHO is not what we need.
AHO. Now, in contrast, the District of Columbia has created a program called DC Flex.
Much better.
You should be talking to Sam some more at the break here about it. But Sam, tell us about DC Flex.
Sure. It was a product of a lot of detailed naming conversations among bureaucrats, which you can imagine.
It came out well, I would say, though.
Yeah, I think so. So I'm Sam Quinney. I'm the director of the lab at DC. I'm a researcher by training, so I'm going to start with the caveat that I'm probably among the least experienced person in the room when it comes to housing policy or housing innovations. However, I do have an extremely fun job in the District of Columbia government and in the mayor's office, in that I'm able to run the lab at DC, which is the entity in the mayor's office that all of our district government agencies come to if they are trying to do something new or trying to do something differently. And I have the honor really to represent some of that work here today from our colleagues at the Department of Human Services and Housing and Community Development and Interagency Council on Homelessness. Because one of the other things that we do is we embed evaluation into whatever we are doing that is new or different in district government, so that we can understand whether we're having the effects on our residents that we intend to, and how to adjust based on those results. So I get to represent the work of a couple of people I saw here, Noah Abraham and Danilo Pelletier, as well as Christy Greenwald and Dina Hassan on the DC Flex program. More than just the name, those are really the innovators for the design of this program, which really represents an opportunity to fill 2 common either gaps or opportunities in traditional housing subsidies for people who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing some form of housing instability. One is just a lack of general tools. Often the tools that are either passed down through block grants from the federal government or administered locally are about deep subsidies that try to pay for a large portion of someone's rent, and they're also subsidies that are often only accessible when you're really at risk of imminent homelessness. If you're doing okay and getting by, but still not what we would think of as thriving, there's largely not a lot of government programs for you. So DC Flex helps to kind of bridge a bit of that gap. And the second gap that it's there to bridge is the fact that these subsidies largely do not really highlight autonomy in the people that receive them, and don't activate that autonomy in it. It's largely going to be a fixed subsidy. You get 80% of your rent paid, or $1,300 a month, whereas DC Flex, and where the name comes in, is that it provides both a subsidy for people that is smaller than your typical subsidy, but it's flexible. It allows people to budget on their own, use their own wherewithal to understand how much of their subsidy they need in a given month to use for their purposes.
So Sam, to put a fine point on that, so how much are they getting over what period of time?
So when we first started it was $7,200 a month over a year, and renewable up to 5 years. $7,200 a year for 5 years. That would have been great. But $7,200 a year for 5 years, for up to 5 years, and it's since increased to $8,400.
So basically, if someone who's in a situation where they're facing housing instability, they get into this program, they have this account, and then they draw on it when they feel they need it.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's a separate escrow account that's set up. They can draw up to 1 month's rent from it in a given month as long as they don't go over that $7,200 for a year.
So I can't do the math. So 7,200 would be about
$600 a month.
So they went up from there. So 600 a month. So compared to say a voucher in DC per month would be.
When we first started the program and we're doing some of the back of the envelope math, it was about roughly half of what the monthly subsidy would be.
Right. Great. So we'll come back to this. But again, this is an interesting case of a city now taking on the role of creating its own program. So you're not taking federal money for this.
No, definitely just funded locally.
So which gives you the freedom to define how you're going to use it.
Within government context, yes.
Right. Which is not unimportant. Great. So that's our set of panels. Very diverse operations programs that folks are doing. Let me come back to you, Mark. You are, again, we're the winner of this prize. I love the video. I love when Jarrell Jones starts off by saying, when I had a chance to say we're going to give people, basic education, plus we're going to give them associate's degree, plus we're going to give them a job and a trade, plus we're going to give them a house. And I think when on the advisory committee looking at this, it's addressing so many issues. It's addressing the need for training young folks to give them a job. It's addressing the need for the construction market to not have enough workers. It's addressing the need for neighborhood revitalization and the chance to build wealth. So this was one of these programs that seemed kind of like talking about Black Star earlier, almost too good to be true in some ways. But tell us a bit about, we saw a little bit of the kids that you're helping, but tell me about how many kids have gone through the program, what are the outcomes you're seeing, how are they doing as homeowners?
Yeah, if only the work were as easy as he made it sound, that would be nice. And I think the one thing I would tweak on that is we're not giving our students anything. They are earning every bit of it, working their tails off, and they should be rewarded for that with some of those outcomes we discussed. So when the idea for Build Up came to me, I was about 4 months away from graduation, living in the Boston area. Couldn't afford to live in Cambridge, so glad y'all are working on that. But it was a realization that we weren't going to impact the whole world. We weren't trying to replace large comprehensive high schools. We actually started, you saw a picture of a house with a bunch of students. That was our first year's class of 20 students. But what I knew from the beginning is if we could get it right for those students, their lives could be changed for generations. And more than anything, we want to have an influence on the traditional public school system around it. And we've seen that happening as well, adopting more bold ideas like we had to present, because it was really about just raising the bar in education and what specifically black males in Birmingham could accomplish, because the bar was so low. So as we've seen students move through, we're now 5 years into the program. It's a 6-year program in total. So we have not seen it through to fruition, but we do have students now taking community college courses, working on engineering teams, and one of our partners is Blocks, who is a modular hospital room clinic construction company. So working on putting HVAC systems in, and then they're aligning post-secondary coursework to that. And several of the houses that you saw in there, our families are living in, and it starts out mom or dad renting. Our promise to those families was that they wouldn't be paying a dollar more than they were currently paying, often living in places with mold and mildew, rodents and pests, just really rough situations. But they get into the homes and kind of practice home ownership, because it is such a big responsibility. But as our students accomplish their high school diploma, which we provide, we are an accredited high school, and then with post-secondary partners and workforce partners, they're either accomplishing an associate's degree or an industry certificate, such as a home builder's license. Once they get that and then get on stable economic footing with what we call path to middle class, they'll be able to take ownership of the homes.
Wow.
And so that's kind of, but kids like John Marion, who you saw in the video, they don't come to us thinking about holding a set of keys. They just, they know they have big dreams in life, but they don't know how they'll get there. But I think what we're trying to open many young people's eyes to, especially females and people of color, is that this industry, real estate and construction, has a lot of potential, and at the same time, you can lift up your neighborhood. You can put it on your back, and you can be the ones leading the change, and then hopefully building generational wealth as an outcome of that.
Wow. And so you said 20 kids to start. Are you adding new kids each year?
Yes, so we add a grade a year. We are not a silver bullet. I mean, the kids that come to us, gang involved, drug involved, we get some recommendations from the criminal justice system, and those kids still struggle. They got in those positions for a reason, but I think we provide hope, and if we can create agency in our young people that they can be the change agents in their neighborhood, that's when we really see a light bulb go off, that they have capacity in this world to be change agents.
Great. I want to encourage the panel. We often get into this thing where it's like a back and forth, and then we just go, oh, next. But this is the first time you're meeting, so if people have questions for each other, please jump in. So just give me like a little eyebrow, and I'll pull you in. Sam, now Mark, the other question I had was you mentioned in the movie or the film that you're going to go where you're needed and wanted, and you mentioned Easley was the right place to go. So what was it about Easley that made it the right place to go?
Yeah, what I knew from 15 years in urban education is that often really well-meaning people, especially well-meaning white people, enter neighborhoods, but it doesn't really feel too dignified in the way that we come and we approach a neighborhood. So I decided very early on we were only going to go where we were welcomed in, not just by the philanthropic community, which is often, the green light for folks to enter a community, but by our young people and their families who are on the ground. And we just feel very strongly, too, that the folks most proximate to the challenges in neighborhoods are best suited to solve those issues. And so Inslee was a steel town that went from 45,000 residents to about 4,500. Birmingham kind of had the double-edged sword of both white flight from Brown v. Board being enforced in the 60s and 70s, and also middle-class flight from 30,000 jobs at a U.S. steel plant getting shut down. And so with that 90% population decline, just a ton of housing stock that was also declining along the way as all this investment left town. And so we connected with a housing community development organization that had been there for 30 plus years, a faith-based organization who had that trust in the community. And that's how we have to enter, with folks who are already there, who have proven themselves, have that legitimacy, and we just want to partner more than anything. And so we want to go to places where economic development is already underway. We're not a silver bullet. We're not going to lift up a community on our own, but we can be a part of that solution by teaming really in catalytic ways with folks that are there, nonprofits, faith-based communities, and others who are doing good work and often just going under the radar or not connected to everything that Sam talked about, actually, just the food insecurity, healthcare access, transportation, all those things are critical in just about every community in this country.
So at this point, do you have any plans to expand beyond Easley? How do you say the name of the town? I'm butchering it.
We've spent through Fannie Mae's support. We got a Sustainable Communities grant a couple years back to look at what are those right metrics in communities that would, besides just wanting us there, do they need us?
Right.
We're not going to go to wealthy suburban communities anytime soon. But we've spent a lot of time in Cleveland. We spent some time in Memphis, New Orleans, and Toledo. The mayor of Toledo is very progressive in thinking through collaborative solutions to many of the challenges they face. So those are all communities on our radar, and we just want to, more than anything, help move this conversation forward. And that's why the Ivory Prize and Urban Institute and folks that are actually convening groups like this are so critical, because we don't have enough of these conversations going on across America.
That's wonderful. Cassie, let me go to you next, just so we have a little private and public sector. So this was rolled, AHO was approved a couple of years ago. So how much housing is actually in the pipeline as a result of this program? Is it actually seeing housing getting produced?
Yeah, it has exceeded our expectations. Right out of the gate, we had a number of projects start going through the process. We now have 4 projects that have completed that process and are now queued up to close, 2 hopefully very soon as we look at rising interest rates. That totals just under 500 units, which is a substantial increase in under 2 years, let alone during COVID, for Cambridge's production pipeline. We have 2 additional active overlay projects in the pipeline totaling over 100 units. And just this week, we have nonprofits out looking at new sites and hoping to secure those for further development. And I think that's also one of the impacts of the overlay is we had seen sort of a slowing down of production, not just for all the obvious reasons, but it's so challenging when a site takes a long time to get permitted, and it's particularly when it gets appealed, that at the same time that we are asking and encouraging affordable housing developers to take a risk and to develop in areas with less affordable housing, you know, those sites were that much more challenging, and they were wary about taking on a complicated development opportunity like that. And with the overlay and this sort of certain path where they have control and they know that something will be able to be built there, that we're now able to see, you know, more sites being looked at. So I think that the pipeline that we've been seeing is going to continue, which is really exciting.
You know, when this came up before the Ivory Prize committee and looking at it, I think some people were saying, well, isn't this just inclusionary zoning? I mean, haven't we seen this before? I mean, how is this different from inclusionary zoning, and are there other cities doing this?
It's a zoning tool. So inclusionary is a hugely impactful zoning tool, and we were one of the early adopters of inclusionary in Cambridge, and now have, I've lost count, but I think we're up to we're well over 1,000 units. My coworkers are basically operating a little mini housing authority out of our office with all of our inclusionary units. But inclusionary is taking a portion of what the market is building and having that be affordable, which is extremely important, but that's not necessarily the type of housing unit that that the community needs to, in terms of affordable stock. So in Cambridge, inclusionary has produced a huge number of studios and 1-bedrooms, you know, a small number of 2s, very, very few 3s, and larger up until a few years ago when we rejiggered things and now have a mandatory set aside for family size units. But it's still not what we necessarily need. 100% affordable, particularly in a community like Cambridge where, you know, these buildings will be right next to a multi-million-dollar, you know, home, allows the housing to be tailored to what is actually needed in the community. Which for the large part will be one of our affordable overlay projects is a supportive housing project where it'll be serving chronically homeless. All of them have all of the other ones have substantial numbers of family-sized units in it, which is in huge demand in Cambridge.
So I think one of the things that's important to understand is that this is, and you've said this, but it's as of right. So
it's as of right.
So you walk in and they have the proposal. If they meet the requirements, they get approval. And so it's really cutting the red tape. I think the other thing that people have talked about is, well, how affordable is it? And so 80% of AMI is.
So we set thresholds, and all of these are going to need subsidies of various sorts, but many of which are going to come with deeper affordability requirements. But as a threshold, for a rental overlay project, all of the units have to be 100 and below, and 80% of those have to be 80% and below. And I think with the exception of one project, they're all 80 and below from our sort of starting point, and then most of them are going to be some variety of tax credits and other things. So they'll have 60%, and then there's project basing, which makes it even more affordable. Homeownership, we haven't had a homeownership overlay project yet, but we brought in that 80 to 100 band to be as much as 50%, so that it could be a half and half, but there's no requirement.
And I think that's the other key thing here too is, and as I was first trying to wrap my head around this, I was saying, well, these aren't that deeply affordable. But I think what you're doing is you're tilting the playing field towards affordable developers who then come in with these other subsidies. And so the kind of the regulations for the affordable housing overlay is kind of a ceiling in some sense. But really, most folks are going to do more than that.
Yes.
Probably one of the reasons why you're not seeing home ownership done is we don't have those subsidies for home ownership like we do for rental housing.
Yeah, it's challenging. In Massachusetts, there's one program that's excellent that we've been investigating, and we probably will revisit that to see. But yeah, there is not the same amount of subsidies for affordable home ownership. So yeah, and rental just comes with so many other supports that's the approach we've been taking.
And the last question, this goes to Mark's point about the fact that we need to raise these things up to get the word out there to help get people to follow the lead. I taught a class for a couple of years at Harvard on local government innovation, and students would go into cities and say, here's an idea for what you can do. And we had mayors and other folks who were part of the panel reviewing these things. And the first question was always, is anybody else doing this? And because I think cities don't want to be the first one to do it. They want to be able to go back to their city council, their constituents, and say, this is a successful model. And so I think in some ways, that's what we're hoping to see here. Are you having that effect? Are you seeing people come to you and say, what are you doing and how do we do it?
We definitely are, and it was really fun in the first months that we, after we had it enacted, we were getting calls from tiny communities that were interested, that have completely different housing market, because what we did in Cambridge in terms of, you said no red tape. There is a process that they have to go through, and there's a lot of requirements, but they're all stated out and they're predictable, and for the most part, they're things that they would have had to do anyway. It's just that we're front-loading it. So they have to do all this upfront design, and then they can go straight to a building permit. But the kinds of things that we require in our overlay is Cambridge specific. Other communities may prioritize other attributes of design or development, but as long as you sort of formalize those and put those in so that as long as a developer is meeting those, they can make their way through the process and go right into construction, assuming their financing is all in place, which is another issue that this doesn't solve, but it helps time things out. So yes, we have gotten calls. We understand a couple of other communities have adopted it. I haven't. Others here may be more up to date on some of the latest research, but we are certainly aware that it's becoming a known tool that is worth considering in communities that want to help affordable housing production.
That's great. All right, Sam, you've been sitting here patiently. I got to say that I've talked to Sam several times. Every time I talk to Sam, he is on the move, literally. He's got the 3 deals that are cooking, and he's been meeting with someone. He's going someplace else, and so I can't imagine how it is we got you to sit still.
I'm enjoying it. It's been nice to sort of pause for a second, yeah.
And so even last week when we had the prep call for this panel, you were in the midst of some new deal. So tell us a bit. So the one that when we had the prize was in LA. I think it was a former sorority house.
Correct.
So tell us a little bit about that, and what are the other houses you got in the pipeline?
So LA Urban Board's approach to sort of solving and really supporting our resilient scholars who are in pursuit of higher education, avoid falling into homelessness. There was the president of Tri Delta sorority at the UCLA campus, learned about the plight of student homelessness and was compassionately ignited to sort of do something about it. And so she said, I have an empty sorority house that's been sitting empty for 3 years that can house 50 students. And I'd like to offer this house in service to your mission. And I was blown away by that. And so we opened up our first house called the Opportunity House in September 2020, so at the height of the pandemic, where students were, where housing insecurity and homelessness were actually exacerbated because of the global pandemic. So that's when we started. And through some really great coaching from the housing lab out of UC Berkeley, Carol Galante, Lydia Tan, Michelle Boyd, et cetera, I got into that cohort thinking about how can we sort of influence policy, right, to sort of get our electeds in Sacramento to sort of offer more funding to community college districts which don't have housing to sort of support their students, because those are the students who are most vulnerable. And they're like, well, hey, Sam, there's this project, there's this NOFA coming out called Home Key that Governor Newsom is sort of promoting. I think you should apply for it. And so this is, going to allow sort of nonprofits to sort of own, facilities and buildings and operate them. And so I'm like, I don't know if we can do that. That might, we just started a nonprofit. And so they said, you should do it. And so they pushed me. I'm glad they did, because we ended up applying to the program, and we got awarded, a brand new building that was under construction. And once we got that, we were the only one in the county of Los Angeles to sort of have a project that's focused on transition age youth, so formerly incarcerated, former foster youth, et cetera. And when we did that, they said, I think you should go for another one. And so then at the same time, they awarded us 2 projects. So we went from this scrappy sorority house right across the street from UCLA to now, we're supporting 160 students through the power of public funding. And so we're ecstatic about the work that Governor Newsom is doing and the County of Los Angeles and the City of LA. And then now there's a third project sort of like in development. And so it has been a remarkable sort of ride, and it happened so fast. But that's what we're up to. So that's why I'm always sort of like at a construction site when I have these calls.
How many of you are there?
Well, up until October, it was just me. And so, when I first started the first house, I spent 14 years working in higher ed and student housing. So where how Clark was talking about the one student that he put the microphone in front of his face and said, what's your idea? He said, man, I'm living in my car. And so stories like those is what inspired me to sort of like, create LA Room and Board. And, when I first started, it was just, me, I lived there, and I was sort of doing case management, figuring out food, grant writing, talking with donors, and sort of like, building the vision for that. And now we're at 25 full-time staff members as of October 3rd. And so I feel glad to have some help and to now be still.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And we were talking a little bit about over lunch about the fact that, in some sense, the efforts that came to be during the pandemic, things like Project Home Key and the like, are helping to facilitate this. There's a lot of funding out there. Do you have concerns for what happens 3 years from now?
Oh, absolutely. I think that part of the magic of sort of like when we are in crisis is that I think folks are most innovative, right? And more funding is available to do what had previously been impossible. But the problem with that is that when the crisis subsides, and then the funding sometimes goes along with that. And particularly for our community college partners who, we think about the California Higher Education Master Plan, the University of California systems, UC Berkeley's, UC LA's, et cetera, and the CSU systems, our California State University campuses, all have housing. But the majority of our college students exist at the 2-year level. All the community college students where they have no housing. And so students who are most vulnerable, our students at our facilities now are, like I said, former foster youth, formerly incarcerated, immigrant students, LGBTQIA+. And so there's an overrepresentation of those kind of students, and they exist in great number at our community colleges where they have no housing. And so, so yes, there's been like this influx of cash, but I think most community colleges have been sort of like, what am I doing? We don't have the infrastructure to sort of do housing. We don't do student housing like our CSU and UC counterparts. And so by the time they figure it out, the money's gone. Right. And so I'm really worried about what happens, when that happens. And so, so I think the work we're trying to do now is try to advocate for more structural systems change so that we can provide community colleges the needed infrastructure to sort of house where the majority of our students, who are power, like we're talking about this shortage of housing labor. Most of those students are in 2-year programs at community colleges. How do we support them while they're, earning their certificates, right, and learning their trades? And so housing is so critical that you cannot be a good scholar. You can't focus on graduation if you're figuring out, where am I going to live? I'm living in a place, my car, where I can't stand up, right? I'm worried about, like, where am I going to eat? How am I going to get a meal? Right. And so we got a real challenge that we got to figure out. Now, and I imagine that in other parts of the country, we're figuring out, like this happening in Salt Lake City. It's happening in my hometown in Detroit, probably, right? Not probably, but it is happening there. So trying to be a part of that change.
Great. Sam, Kenny, did you want to get in?
Yeah, I want to take you up on your offer.
Good, please do.
Both for Sam and Mark, they seem like such incredible and potentially transformative opportunities for youth, and also for youth that are most vulnerable in our communities. I'd love to hear how you kind of both find and identify who to take part in the program and choose kind of who gets those opportunities.
For us, word of mouth has been key. Families, folks dragging others from their congregation, you name it. That's been our best source. When you put out radio ads or billboards, it doesn't always reach the target that you want. But we don't have any strict requirements. We have probably 25% of our youth are females that are pursuing this, but all of our families have one thing in common. They're renters, and they've been stuck in rental positions for generations. And so those who have a desire to be homeowners and really change that generational wealth building aspect of their lives.
And at the institutional level, we have some really strong institutional partners. And so through some legislative funding a few years back, SB 85, I think, sticks out most prominently, where college campuses are required to have a basic needs office. And so there's staff on each campus that is charged with supporting and identifying students who may be experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity or hunger. And so each of these campuses work across their campuses to sort of, provide education to professors and to student affairs practitioners or in athletics to say, okay, if, perhaps there's a student in the class who's missing an assignment or who hasn't been present for an exam, to ask probing questions, right? It isn't because the student is disinterested, right? Because they're dealing with some basic needs challenges. And so our professors are empowered, our student affairs practitioners on campus are empowered to report to that basic needs office. And so we have established relationships with each of those offices on all the college campuses in our region. And so they call us directly when they're, hey, a professor reached out to us, the students, learn is living in their car or at a shelter. Do you have housing available? And the first year, we said no more often than yes. And so I feel blessed that now we're able to say, yeah, we can help you. We can help with that. And so, we have about 18 or 19 campuses represented within our 4 facilities, right? Because colleges all over LA are finding out about the work that we're doing and are making those referrals. But we try to be really, really thoughtful and strategic about making sure that we can partner and let our campuses know that these resources exist. So that's how we get those referrals.
I think your question is critical, though, too, because even if we got this pipeline figured out and started channeling everybody who has the need, the challenge is we're never going to have enough beds, we're never going to have enough seats in classrooms or jobs available right now, and that's, I guess, why we're on this policy side of things, because at the end of the day, it has to be a systemic change, and that's probably both of us expanding to other communities where there's additional need, or at least helping to influence those who want to do similar work and inspiring them to create these types of programs in their own communities.
Yeah, and it's been interesting, sort of like, over the last 2.5 years, sort of like getting folks to really understand the crisis, right? When you think about sort of like, I know there's the conversation about housing affordability. He talks about like how do we provide access, right, to folks to become housed. I operate in a space where they are where the system has failed them, right? When they've gone past access to sort of being unhoused and being extremely vulnerable, right? And when we talk about sort of like homelessness, we're talking about the acute version of it, right? When folks who are living in tents and so the most salient version of it, but we don't hear much about students, right? And so when you hear about the plight of student homelessness, and folks are like, oh, well, I struggled in college, and it's like, no, this isn't your grandfather's struggle. This isn't like eating ramen and only having enough money for beer and a cup of noodles, right? I said, no, our students are like already on the razor's edge, right? And it's a very, very different thing to live in your car while trying to sort of like get through college than just not having enough money to sort of like buy the kind of food you want. And so, I think that there's been some work, and I think that I'm happy that over the last few years, Dr. Sarah Gojer-Grab out of Temple University, the Hope Lab has really shined a bright white light on the issue. And so now that, higher ed is having to grapple with, oh, wow, like, these are our students and we got to figure out a way to support them. And so there's been, a lot of movement, which I feel really grateful for at the systems change level, that our policymakers, that our institutional partners are actually paying attention to the issue of student homelessness, which is insane in our state. So,
and I think we can have these issues that are endemic and critical and invisible, right? And so there's probably no bigger one than evictions. And so prior to Matt Desmond writing that book, people weren't talking about evictions, and now we understand how important they are, and that's led to a whole policy world. So hopefully, Sam, I think by raising up the plight of folks in the community college system who are really at a point of life where a little help could go a long way, could get those people on a good path. So I think it's, hopefully you're planting a seed from which a mighty oak will grow. Sam Kinney, you were very generous to ask a question to the rest of the panel, and I haven't asked you a question yet. So one of the things you mentioned, you were a researcher, and as a researcher myself, I love about your program, and I'll give a shout out to Danilo, who I know from past days too, building in an evaluation into what you did. So you're trying a new program, you're trying something that, I explained this to my wife. She said, what are you doing tomorrow? So I'm going to this panel. Who's on the panel? She said, well, this program in DC, they give people money they can tap whenever they want. She said, really? So I think that the efficacy, the kind of self-efficacy that people have is challenging for people. So what are you learning from your evaluation? What are the outcomes so far? And has that led to any changes in the program?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the I would say the courage that it takes from people who are in leading government agencies or running government programs is to not just take on the effort of doing something new or innovative, but also being willing to say, no, we're going to take a close look at how well this is actually working, and we're going to learn from it, and we're going to adapt from it. So we were very fortunate to work with people who are really willing, and this is very early on in our existence as a team, but to see the long-term picture of a program like DC Flex, which is to say that this is a local program in DC. It is something that is about the DC market, which is going to be more similar to San Francisco or New York than Birmingham. But it is a model that could have potential national implications because the same things that are constraining our housing system in DC are going to be similar across the country. And so we were really fortunate to be able to have people that had that foresight and wanted to build in an evaluation. What we were able to do, and one of the areas where is very common with subsidies for housing or an issue as prominent as housing instability, is that there are never enough resources to go around for enough people. And so when we were advertising DC Flex and doing outreach to families who had previously experienced homelessness for the program to say, hey, there's a new program, you might be eligible if you want to apply, what we knew is that for something like this, we may get more people than we could serve with it. And so that allowed us to be able to choose people who would be offered to the program, not based on some criteria, but if you were eligible, we did it randomly through a lottery process to offer the slots in the program to people. So we had about 720 people who were eligible for it. We had only about 125 slots in the program. So we set it up in a randomized evaluation standpoint, which allowed us to give out the resources fairly and equitably, but also allowed us to measure outcomes. So we looked at that over the course of the first year of the program. The first thing that we found was that when we looked at the rates of homelessness for people who were involved in DC Flex, we found that they were very similar to the people who didn't get it, but the important finding there is that the rates were really low. So about 2% of the people who were eligible for DC Flex wound up accessing emergency shelter in the next year, which to us actually told us a good thing about the program, in that it was identifying the right segment of the population. So not people who are necessarily imminently at risk of homelessness, but are still experiencing housing stability, could experience homelessness within a year. But really what we're trying to do is provide more of an upstream support. The place where we did see a lot of effects was on the use of other housing services and other parts of the DC homeless services system, where we saw a 29 percentage point reduction in the use of things like rapid rehousing or other coordinated assessments or other programs in the district. So what that tells us in that first year is that this is a viable model, and for a certain part of the population, it can function as an alternative to some of the traditional housing subsidies as well. And some of the other really interesting things that we learned, in part from our colleagues at Urban, who also partnered with us to do some surveys on it, is that people really liked the model. They found that it was a better fit for their needs. And also, what we found is that people were using it like we expected. I think the people maybe like your wife or who might be more skeptical would think, well, you give people unlimited access to $7,200, well, they're just going to run through it right away, and then are going to wind up in the same exact situation that they were before. But really, when we look at the payments that people make and what they use their accounts for, we find a lot of people using it like someone who is better off might use a savings account or a credit card or other lines of credit, that for the population enrolled in the program is just not going to be an option for most of them. So we see a lot of really promising things in the first year. In the second year, the pandemic happened. And so we don't know exactly what the effects in further years will be. We're looking at it now.
What were some of the eligibility criteria?
Yeah, so same question. Similar to what Sam was saying, is like trying to get to a bit of a population that's a little different. And the idea was that we wanted people who were experiencing housing stability. We wanted families who were experiencing housing stability. were not at immediate risk of homelessness and had some connection to the labor force. Because if we had folks who were a better fit for a deeper subsidy, then $600 a month on average is not going to cut it in the DC market. So we're trying to find the folks that are at the right part of our population where if we give them this little bit of flexibility and assistance, they're going to potentially benefit from it. So some of the eligibility criteria were that you had to either have received or been enrolled in a DC administered homelessness or rental support system in the past 4 years or applied for one. You had to be a head of household with a minor in the family. You had to be below 30% of our area median income to qualify. And then you had to have a history of recent employment, which meant you had to either be employed at the time you applied or within the past 6 months. But we were very inclusive in terms of what qualified as employment. If you worked a day, that would still qualify for it, but trying to get to that group.
So one of the detriments of having a panel of 4 people is that there's a lot of ground to cover. I'm running out of time. I do want to get the questions from the audience. So you can put that QR code up again so that folks here can submit their questions. People online, I think, use the chat. I had a couple of questions left. I'll come back to them at a lightning round at the end. But so one question that's in is for Mark. What would scaling up look like for Build Up? Obviously, it's important to be thoughtful and methodical about choosing which communities, but does that also potentially limit growth?
So what we've known from the beginning, we can never be in as many communities as need a program like this, investing in their youth. So again, with Fannie Mae support, we developed 3 different models. One is something we learned from KIP, Knowledge is Power program, as they expanded. They basically replicated themselves from Houston to New York to all over the country now, and they're the largest charter school model in the country, I believe. But that's direct replication, very prescriptive of what it's going to look like. That would be us instilling an executive director, but still with knowing that each community is unique, each community has their own challenges, assets, and so local boards directing them and adapting the model to the local need. So that's the most prescriptive model. The second is what we call, it's where basically we would overlay what makes Build Up special and unique to something that's already there. We call it a retrofit model. So it could be a union trade shop that's already doing workforce development for youth, but they don't have the academic component. And too often when your math class is completely disconnected from the career pursuit you have, whether that's construction or engineering, you know, this disconnect is why kids lose interest in school, right? They don't understand where trig ever pays off. It took me getting to start this and hearing from some electricians that they actually use trig. I never knew what it was for, and therefore had my lowest grade in high school.
That's why you're not an electrician.
So retrofit sites is another way where it could be a charter school similar to KIP, where they recently said we don't offer enough vocational or career tech opportunities for our young people. They were solely focused on 4-year universities, but we know now, hopefully educators do, that that's not a perfect fit for all kids, right? And the 2-year system, as Sam has stated, is really instrumental in the lives of so many, especially leading to really quality jobs these days. The third is what we call Build Up inspired sites, where we'll bring folks in to learn about our model, bring them to Birmingham, a team of 6 to 10 folks who want to see this, and then they'll go back home and do their own thing, but hopefully get some of the tools that we've developed over the last 5 years, and then they can kind of subscribe into a menu of options for ongoing support from us.
Are you rolling it out anywhere where you don't have the distressed housing market, so you have that kind of home ownership opportunity? Because you just have the trade, training in the trades as part of it, or you feel like you need to have that neighborhood revitalization piece? Is that an important part?
So we have 4 pillars that have to be present in anything that we would be part of, and one of those is what we call equity equals ownership. Often in the education field especially, we talk about equity and leveling the playing field, but we just don't think that's possible for folks in this country who have been oppressed for centuries now. And so equity is not just trying to level the playing fields, because that's really tough, but actually inviting ownership and asset building into the equation. And so that has to be present for us. And I think that's going to come with lifting up neighborhoods along the way.
Yeah, great. So another question for all panelists. What was the biggest surprise for you in the rollout of your programs? In other words, what challenges did you encounter that you didn't expect in the beginning? This could be a long answer, but maybe briefly. Sam, what surprised you the most?
what surprised me most was just, I think John Green alluded to taking the leap. And so when I quit my full-time job in the same week that the governor and the mayor of LA announced the shutdown, and I took that leap, and I was just sort of like surprised at how the universe will catch you and provide all the new resources you need to sort of like do the work that you're passionate about doing. And so that's been what surprised me most.
I got to say that I'm sure that the universe had a little help along the way, given how hard I've seen you working. But Cassie?
I'll say one of the sort of unexpected pleasures was vetting the idea of the overlay before it was adopted. We spent a lot of time in the years leading up to it, meeting with community groups and interested and uninterested residents and explaining why this was so useful and important. And it was an education piece that I didn't really think, I mean, Cambridge is super attentive to what Cambridge is doing, but really to explain why this was so useful, created a lot of allies in affordable housing that didn't exist otherwise. And so I see some of those participants in meetings, both people that were already aware of affordable housing and people that were completely uninvolved, now showing up to public meetings in support of this and other things that we do. And so it made it all make sense in a way that I think has allowed it to be successful.
That's great. Mark?
For me, two of them. One came as a byproduct of the first, but the first was that that it wasn't being done anywhere else. You know, even where there were workforce development programs focused on construction, they would build or simulate the building of a shed or a tiny home, and then they would just take it apart. And it was just a waste of resources when right around the block there could be a house that young people could be working on, or they go work on a Habitat home, and Habitat has greatly influenced us and does incredible work, but the young people never come out owning any of it. So I was surprised that nobody else was kind of connecting all these pieces, and so we just kind of borrowed all these very successful programs and combined them, and that led to the second one, which was that we don't get pushback from the right or the left. Mm-hmm. It feels right and feels good to people, and I think that's what's enabled us to have a lot of support from the communities we go into, and also the public sector that we work with. And our mayor in Birmingham has been incredibly supportive. Our council has given us nothing but 9-0 votes on everything, which does not happen across the board with other votes, more contentious ideas, but it's just about putting the tools, both literally and figuratively, in the hands of our young people and letting them lead the change in their neighborhoods. And that feels right. And then, of course, if they're doing all that work, they should be rewarded for it.
We need more of that, that's for sure. Sam?
Yeah, I'd say, well, one of the nice things about being a generalist is that I often get surprised by things that a lot of people already know from their work. But this was the first time I'd worked on a program that required the creation of a bank account, particularly for a low-income or vulnerable population. And one of the things we learned really early on is we thought, you know, we're the government, you can trust us. We also have $1 million that we're devoting to this program, that financial institutions would be able to set up bank accounts that the clients that were in DC Flex could use. And our administrator of the program very quickly found that it was extremely challenging, and that was their bread and butter, was to help people access finance and learn financial literacy. And that was one of the things that really surprised us, is we thought that someone would be able to do this, even some of the institutions that were set up specifically to serve this population, and it proved to be a real challenge at the outset. One, thankfully, that our program administrator has done a lot of work to remedy over time.
Well, I think that brings us to the end of the panel. You know, 4 very different initiatives, 4 really creative initiatives, 4 really needed initiatives. I think, Clark, we're holding these up to the world, and hopefully these ideas will spread, because there's a lot here that ought to be built on. I do want to, again, recognize that these folks are award winners, so please join me in thanking and congratulating them for their work. And with that, I believe we go to a 15-minute break, so there's some refreshments and a chance to say hello to folks, and we'll be back here at 3:30. So see you soon.
All right, I think we'll get going, even though we'll have a few people trickling in. Welcome back, those of you who are here. Others are going to be coming in. We'll We're here today now in this third panel to talk about what we've learned from the construction and design finalists. Over the last 4 years at the Ivory Prize, we've seen a few broad categories sort of surface in terms of construction and design. First off, new methods for building, and we know that our industry has been pretty backward for decades, but it's just starting to really pick up steam in areas of modular, panelized solutions, new building systems, anything we can do to optimize design, energy efficiency, etc. And then, of course, the next category is new materials. We're seeing all kinds of things with 3D printing, mass timber framing, engineered wood products that improve energy efficiency and sustainability. And finally, new technologies, advances in automation to support workers and make jobs safer, workforce training programs, software programs to accelerate site selection and design. So all this hopefully helps us build faster, more safe, more affordably, more sustainably, all these things. And of course, I've loved all the things that we've talked about in terms of workforce development. As we were talking earlier, this is key. Are we going to have the folks, the experts, the young people coming up and getting trained in the construction trades and learning the technologies that will really make a difference? I have belief in where we are going next. We can use this time now as an industry to advance, to adapt new ideas, and to continue adding supply, particularly on the affordable end of the market. There was plenty of homes created in the last couple of years during this hot construction run-up, but there were not nearly enough affordable homes built and constructed in the last few years. And hopefully that will change. We will talk about our great panel in a moment, moderated by Carol Galante of the Turner Center, who is the founder there at UC Berkeley, and also a former HUD commissioner in the Obama administration. But now let's watch a short video for our 2022 Ivory Prize winner, Volumetric Building Companies. Pretty cool group.
Three adjectives to describe VBC.
Speed.
Fearless.
And passion.
What VBC excels at is solving problems.
I'm Vaughn Buckley. I'm the founder and CEO of the Volumetric Building Companies, and we produce modular housing throughout really the world. Volumetric construction is really distinguished from other forms of off-site construction in the way that it's pre-finished. Volumes or modules are produced in a factory to a 90+% completion rate. The goal of volumetric construction is really to put as much labor into the unit as possible, therefore releasing the field from that obligation.
We're at 510 North Broad Street in Philadelphia, and this is a 365 module, 256,000 square foot, largest modular, wood-framed modular on the East Coast. And this is the most typical module that we've produced for this building. So you get 2 units out of each module. It's very efficient, saves on transport, you get more bang for your buck. These are self-contained units. All the appliances were shipped. How you see it is how we deliver. The job site across the street started construction around the same time that we did here at 510. So that kind of showcases some of the advantages and time-saving abilities of modular construction.
VBC has been a very organic growth experience. It began in 2009. I was at that time the founder and became the first employee in 2012. We built single-family homes and utilized modular construction for the components to do so. And we learned a lot of hard lessons in modular construction, where it works, where it doesn't. By 2015, we started producing multifamily apartment buildings and smaller scale townhome development projects. And then over the ensuing 5 years, we grew rapidly, 2,000% growth in that time, and started producing buildings 300 and 400 units in size, which really allowed us to explore the full depth of the modular capability in the marketplace.
Volumetric modular construction to me is
a way of looking at architecture not from the outside in or the inside out. It's kind of being able to toggle back and forth in your mind. And I think that's what is interesting and different about what we do, is that you have to be able to conceive things as a whole and make sure that as a whole it's a building, right? But you also have to be able to cut it up and slice and dice it and look at it as the pieces. And hopefully when you do it that way, you know, the overall sum is greater than any of the individual parts.
With VBC having the capabilities within the company to handle architecture, design, engineering, manufacturing, transport, and construction, we're in this really unique position to influence each of those factors without it being at the detriment of the others. If a factory's in charge of manufacturing, they're going to do what's best for the factory. Same for the designer, same for the transportation company. But when you're responsible for all of it, you really need to have a cohesive ecosystem that works together. There's no other side of the table. You have to sit down and work through it as a group. So VBC's platform is a way for us to influence the standards that are encroaching on each of those elements of a construction project and do it in a way that we benefit the project itself.
If you buy in to doing things a little bit differently, we've seen success, and we've seen developers and contractors and architects realize that with the right partner, it can be easier.
We're currently working on a project with VBC right now. It's a mixed-use, mixed-income project. It has grocery store, an ambulatory medical center, 112 apartments, of which 50 to 60% of them are naturally occurring workforce housing units. We have 32 4% LIHTC units, and then we have 18 for-sale units. VBC is doing all the residential housing in the project. And the reason is because there's so many different sources of capital, and working with VBC has allowed us to make the numbers work.
I think that there's so much opportunity and need for housing, and I think where we're going to be in the next year is really looking at ways to make the process more efficient and really ways to scale.
We're really changing the way people think about how housing should be built. And so I think that the future for us and the validation that comes with the Ivory Prize says that we need to start looking at things differently in not just offsite construction or in modular, but in construction and affordability in general. The system is broken. So what are we going to do collectively to fix it? And the answer can't be what we've always done.
You're joining us, right? You're all up. Come on up, panel. Always a great video. The team here does a terrific job documenting these remarkable companies. So thank you for that too, Clark. It's great.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to the Twig guys that film all this.
So we're here to talk about how we increase housing supply through construction and design innovation. And we have some of the best in the world to talk to us about that. So I'd like to start by just asking each one of you, we've already heard a bit from Vaughn, but we'll start with you because you're next to me, to talk about, give your quick elevator speech. You could skip that part since you already gave it in the video. But what got you into, creating a company that called Volumetric Builders to do the work that you do? And then I want each of the other prize finalists to do the same. Then I'm going to come back to Clark at the end of that. So, Vaughn.
Thank you, Carol. I think the easiest and most honest way to answer that question is that I had no idea how hard it was going to be, and that's why I started the company. Now, I started construction in a construction company coming from the world of hotel management because I saw a need, and I thought that we could improve the way that services were delivered and scheduled, something that hotel management was very akin to. After getting here, I realized how damn hard it was and said,
well, we're going to have to stay and try and fix this. So it's been 14 years and a lot of work and a long, long way to go. But it's been an absolute pleasure, and we've been able to put 5,000 units in the ground around the world. But again, the journey has only just begun.
Great, thank you. Greg.
So my name is Greg Leung. I'm CEO of Connect Homes, and I'll give the elevator speech.
Yes,
so
please.
Connect Homes designs, builds, delivers, and installs single-family homes and recently now interim housing shelters. We're based in Los Angeles and operate our own factory in San Bernardino, primarily serving the California market, although we have a special logistics system that allows us to cost-effectively deliver nationwide. And we've done that as far away as Connecticut from Southern California. The company was started in 2013 by two architects named Jared Levy and Gordon Stott, who had spent the prior decade building a prefab business at Marmol Radziner in Los Angeles, which is a pretty high-end design build firm, single family. And they did this because there were two realizations. One is that beautifully designed, in this case very expensive, modern homes make you feel better. When you walk in and live in these spaces, you can connect with yourself, with your family, with the environment. And anybody who has spent any time during the pandemic trying to work remotely or school your kids remotely knows how important that is. And at the same time, the industry was totally broken, and they could never afford to build the houses that they built for their clients, and that it was an inefficient industry. So Connect Homes was founded in 2013 to achieve both really high design and build beautiful spaces, but do it in a very scalable way to make it affordable. And we now have a line of 15 single-family homes ranging from 460 square feet all the way up to 3,200 square feet. 2 years ago, during the pandemic, we launched a line of interim housing shelters, which are being used primarily by cities in California to solve homelessness. And just today, actually announced our Pro line, which is targeted for developers, sort of townhomes and quadplexes, duplexes.
Great, thank you. Pavan.
Cool. Thanks, Greg. We've been talking a lot, and I appreciate everybody's stories, and I'm very humbled to be here. My name is Pavan Iyer. I'm the founder architect at 8 Village. We're an architecture and development firm in Atlanta. Wore a shirt in case anybody forgets. Started 8 Village as a way to tackle place-based development. I saw, at the time I was actually looking for a job, and I really love Atlanta. And because I couldn't find the job I wanted in Atlanta, I created my own. And so decided to start a firm that really tackles projects at a very community-based, place-based level. We really think critically about what's going on, boots on the ground. We really think critically about even demographics, the changing market. We're currently involved in everything from affordable housing, community development. We're working on an urban ag project that's combining housing, health and wellness with agriculture in an urban area. One of our bigger initiatives right now has to do with accessory dwelling units. We started our own development initiative called Backyard ATL, where we work with low to moderate income homeowners, right now mostly in Atlanta. Currently, we actually followed a model that we actually land lease backyards, where low to moderate income homeowners can receive revenue up front with no financing anything down. We take care of all of that. And then there's a path for the ownership to revert back to them. And so that got me very deep into low and moderate income neighborhoods. I think every day I'm in Atlanta, I'm spending time with a new conversation about it. So my role has always been to empathize and understand what's going on, boots on the ground, and that's how we develop our proposed models as we do stuff in neighborhoods. So, yeah.
Thank you. So Clark, I wanted to have you go last because you have a family-owned, more traditional, or at least on the surface, a more traditional home building company. But I know you're doing a lot of innovation, not just with the Ivory Prize and not just with the entrepreneurs, which is fabulous, but even within your own company. Can you talk a little bit about what innovations you're incorporating into existing business? Because I do think that at the end of the day, it's not just about these individual entrepreneurial companies, but how they can change how the rest of the industry does business too. So talk a little bit about what you're doing.
I think we're unique in that we are a top 50 home builder in the United States, but I think we're the only one that's really put a lot of emphasis in this area of affordability and of innovation. And so, we did, this year we'll do about just over $800 million of total construction activity. But we've just begun in the last couple of years to develop new sites that will be completely focused in the affordable area. And what we've found is that it's really important to get the cities and even our state behind us in what we're doing, because when you bring Vaughan in, there's a whole different set of rules in putting into place modular construction. And so we have to go to the city, in this case, where we're looking at a project actually with his company. We're going to have to go to that city and to our state and educate them as to, it's okay if Vaughan has inspected certain things prior to delivery and that they won't have that opportunity. They need to be comfortable with that. Michael, who's with us today, works with our state legislature to help us also get codes in place so that the cities will know how to be directed and that this is going to be all right. But we have a number of projects that are underway right now, and we're looking at innovations in design. We're working with an architect that's really innovative in terms of townhome units and the way we're going back to back. Normally you have just row housing, but our designs now with this townhome developer, actually, if you can cut down one more side, and you can stack them all just not side to side but back to back, you gain other efficiencies. So we're looking at all kinds of things, but at the end of the day, construction and design, which is what we're talking about on this panel, only really is implemented or is executed right if you can get the regulatory bodies, to buy in. And so that's really key. And I think they're starting to tune in so that we can have breakthroughs. They have been part of the problem. Our industry's been part of the problem because we've been slow to change. But then when we do finally get to it, then we have to go fight regulatory battles. And then truthfully, you have to figure out with the lenders, with the banks, that they too will get comfortable with these new approaches and perhaps also help in coming up with new approaches to affordable finance, which haven't existed in the past.
So I'm so glad that you said that. I did not know that was going to be the direction you went, and I totally believe that, and we've heard this already. This is really hard, what all of these entrepreneurs are doing, and the question is, why is it so hard? I mean, there's been manufacturing of cars now for years. There's been manufacturing of all kinds of products for years. Why is it so hard to translate that for housing and for other forms of real estate? And so I have some reasons that I know of, but I'd like to kind of ask each of you, maybe starting with you, Pavan, like, with the backyard ADUs, what's the hardest part of that, either from a policy perspective or from an internal, change of the industry perspective, either or both?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I've started to pull back more to understand is that we are in a feedback loop with all of this. If anybody remembers from like 9th grade biology what a feedback loop is, it's kind of like a never-ending cycle of something where it's not like anything is sequential. It's not just like market, then you get a product. They're tied together at the exact same time. And so I think Clark just mentioned it, but financial institutions, cultural perception, market, they all kind of follow each other. And then as you get to have these all externalities, inflation, you start to get affordable housing problems. And so the challenge always is like, where's the externality coming from and what is kind of causing some of these issues? So for example, because often policy, capitalistic endeavors and what housing looks like is just intrinsically tied together, it causes certain cultural perception often of like what housing should look like or what it needs to be and what needs to happen. And often even the products that are being built don't even necessarily reflect that because they might be operating outside of the feedback loop. So for example, like demographics-wise, I don't know how many people know, but in the United States, I think right now, out of the people who are purchasing and renting, I think 20% are in that nuclear family kind of category. 80% are not. But the housing stock is 72% are larger single-family homes that represent the 20% group, and the 28% is representing the larger group. And so obviously there's something external there that's causing this challenge, and then that results in cultural perception where people only have one product put in front of them, and so we're trying to respond to something that's not necessarily representative of the market, and then you get a lot of cultural perception on like, well, this is the type of housing we want to be affordable, but we can't produce that because that's not what the market can afford, because that's not the actual demographic that's buying or renting. So it's a funny ecological cycle.
So you actually picked up on, maybe it's not exactly policy and it's not exactly an internal problem, but it is like the system or the expectations of the system that have been in place from a status quo standpoint for a long time, even though needs are changing and whatnot. So I think that's really helpful. Let me go on to Greg. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and the sort of policy finance piece is really important, but and very relevant, but I'm going to kind of focus on the product side of it, which sort of touches on what you're saying, Pavan. What I think people, especially from outside of this industry, don't understand is that housing is attached, it's part of the built environment, and it has to be appropriate for the soil conditions, the neighborhood character, the how it's actually being used, and that creates variability, and that creates the need to respond to all hurricanes, earthquakes, cold weather, and that sort of the industry is really good at responding to that. That's what skilled trades are for, is to be able to make judgment calls on the spot and meet all those needs. How do you then take that and do that at scale, which is what product companies like auto manufacturing and electronics manufacturing does? They're able to do things at great scale. So how do you meet the individual needs for variety, legitimate individual needs for variety, and create economies of scale? And that intersection is really hard, and that is really hard to do. So that's my answer to your question, is why I think this is so much harder. I'll go one step further and say, I mean, this is kind of what this problem we've been focusing on solving. And to us, the answer is in taking a productized approach, building a product platform, which doesn't mean that everyone has to have, you can have any car you want as long as it's black. That's not the answer, because that's not variety. But being able to use and invent and invest in engineering and supply chains and details and technology at the modular level. I don't mean the volumetric module level, but like the systems level, so that you can kind of mix and match and do that to meet these individual needs and create economies of scale. That's the trick, but it's really, really hard to do that, because if you let it proliferate, it becomes overly complex, unmanageable, and it doesn't work. And so keeping it simple is what.
Just to hone in on that a little bit, I mean, the fact is there are some legitimate complexities of the land situation or the climate situation, but there are a lot of illegitimate complexities, for lack of a better term, right? Like there's a lot of complexities that don't need to be there. We do need variety, we do need, but there's a lot of standardization that in a product that could also happen. For example, standardized plans for backyard ADUs, only if they're in the backyard. Obviously, that's not true if you're converting your garage, but you can have some standardized plans. So like that's definitely a difficult tension.
Carol, I want to pick on California, your California, for a minute, because I think that
will be always be.
California is the best and the worst of what's going on in housing. It's representative of both sides. And some of, when you look at Abby and Jenna's companies, the last 600, by far the greatest number of applicants for the Ivory Prize and the most innovations are coming out of California. California is a very innovative place, but it's also a mess. And that's what has caused the need of innovation. And so you think about it, I've read your own report from the Turner Center that talks about impact fees in California as an example. And in that piece I read from the Turner Institute, you see building permit and connection fees and impact fees in Fremont, California at $150,000 before you even start building. How does that ever work? Well, Prop 13 meant that everything became fee-based, and that's how they raised revenues. And they've created just a disaster for themselves. And now there are certain things that they're getting very open to that are going to help in affordability. They're much more open to by right entitlement.
Right.
You know, they're going to do a lot of things with ADUs. There's going to be a lot of new technologies like Greg's that are going to come into place and help with homelessness and everything else. But at the same time, they're pushing electrification of everything. And electrification, while it's really good, and I'm all for sustainability, I drive an electric car. I'm the only builder in Utah that puts an EV charging port in every house. I mean, we're doing a lot of things. At the same time, you can't have one source for all of your energy. I mean, I was there this summer, beautiful California, the Newport coast, but I was in a roving blackout. I didn't have any power, you know, in that part of the state for how long? And where's the balance? You know, California has got to find the balance. Every state has got to find the balance so that you're not only looking at sustainability, but you're looking at affordability. And we know that if we were to, for instance, require every home that we're building to be electrified and to not be available to the use of natural gas, it would cost us $20,000 to $30,000 more, potentially. You know, there will be ways to innovate and get it right, and your kind of housing is different. You can be all electric. It is more efficient for that. But most of the housing isn't quite there. So I think that, again, going back to this same idea, the rub and the friction is figuring out the healthy balance as we move forward to be both sustainable, but sustainable means affordable.
I totally concur with some of the challenges in California, but I'm not going to debate life cycle costs of energy versus upfront costs at the moment. We'll
balance.
Have that,
let's just leave it at balance.
We'll have it for another conversation. So Vaughn, let's go back to, you said it's up there, it's broken. So tell us, what have been the biggest challenges that you see? What's broken?
Yeah, we actually chatted a little bit about this morning, and I actually, in the time since recording that video to now, I retracted my statement that the construction industry is broken. I said it's actually breaking, because broken would indicate that it can't get worse, and this is going to. We have a really tough 10 years ahead of us. And when we start thinking about the internal versus the external challenges of innovation, I would say the internal challenges, for sure. It's the interface of consumer demand and political regulation and lending. There are ways we can simplify that and make manufacturing more efficient, and I think Greg did a really good job explaining that. So if we move that out to the macro and start saying, what are the forces that are requiring innovation in the first place? That, to me, is really the origin of the obstacles that we're dealing with today, which is a labor market that we're all talking about the labor market aging being an issue, and I've said often, I don't think that's a big issue. An aging labor market doesn't necessarily change the capability or skills they have, and in construction as a craft, it's one of the few industries where you get better over time. What we have to focus on is that now is the time to transfer the knowledge from that workforce. And we're unable to do that if we continue maintaining the current method of construction that we do today. So we start thinking about obstacles to efficiency and how we can manufacture more in factories, about changing that workforce to be more accessible to people that actually want to join, by making the work better, by making the product more simplified and doing it in an environment where people can participate. In a factory, you can remove barriers to entry that are commonly affecting the construction site, from simple things like materials. Almost all building materials are made for human scale. Drywall is made for 2 people to carry. A brick is made to be held in one hand. These are things that are no longer relevant when you're in a factory environment with machines to support you. So if I can change that workforce, can I now have people that are in construction in wheelchairs? Yes, we do. Can we have people that are in construction that can't lift a sheet of drywall physically? Yes, we can. And by doing that and changing the labor input, we can now stop focusing on the fact that the age of the construction industry is increasing, and start focusing on ways to make labor more efficient. And I think that's really the obstacle we need to address.
So let's talk about overcoming those obstacles a little bit. I mean, first of all, the good news is that you're all here, you're all in business, you're all, continuing to work at this. And I wonder about, how you get to sustainable profitability in this business, given all the barriers. I want to just ask about your sources of capital, and kind of what kind of sources you obtain, and do you see that as getting you to a point where you can make some of these changes on your own as a company or as an industry, or whether we need some other kind of radical, for you to be successful, do we need other radical change that maybe is not within your control? Greg, let me start with you.
That was an easy question. But no, it's a really important one. So in terms of financing, there's two types. There's the capital financing, the operating financing, you need to build the business, and then there's the sort of project-based financing for our customers. My strong preference for the capital source for building a company is profitable projects. That's the best way to do it, of course. I'm happy to say our projects are profitable on a project basis. We're still a growing company, though, and so we still do require capital to invest in the business. One of the differences between off-site construction and on-site construction is all of the overhead of a factory and the fixed costs, which are greater for a product-based approach. And so, we're very fortunate to have institutional investors, venture investors, impact investors, family offices that understand the problems we're solving. I find that the best ones are ones from real estate and development. So they understand the problem better than I do, frankly, and they see what we're doing and they say, yeah, that's the future. And so that's big. I do think, though, when you look at sort of a national scale, each of us having to go and fundraise and find investors and supporters and build factories, which then we have to make sure we have a very good pipeline of orders in to keep that fixed cost met, and we're all doing it on an individual basis. That makes it really hard to invest in long-term growth and capabilities. And so, I think there's probably some kind of bigger level thinking that maybe we've seen in other industries where sort of government, kind of industry and government support has been warranted and has been transformational.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the other day, we need more chip manufacturers in the United States, so we invest in chip manufacturing as a government. We need more housing in the United States. Maybe we need like that more direct investment in the production, not just project-based financing.
But the challenge is that even if we got really good, as good as we are at making, iPhones or autos or whatever, there's still that connection to the land in a municipality, and so there will always be this regulation. So I've come to conclude that really, while there's a lot of things we can do to improve on efficiency, the only way we're really going to break through is through public-private partnerships. And we've got to get municipalities, particularly, to just buy off on the idea that they have to partner. And we haven't been successful at that really too much until recently, when we formed our nonprofit entity, Ivory Innovations, because now they can justify working with us and not, because before it would have been, they're going with the largest builder in the state, et cetera, and these guys are just going to make a lot of money. Now they know that everything we make, we put back into another affordable project. And all of a sudden, we're starting to get some momentum doing new projects, and I think that's going to be sort of a game changer for us. We can do some affordable products, but to get truly affordable, down to the bottom rungs of the ladder, to get those people that are 50% below AMI, how do you ever get there? It's going to take public-private partnerships.
Right. Do you want to touch on capital sources? And again, what can you do as an individual company versus more radical solutions?
For sure. I think it's a really binary choice. You either grow slow with project-based funding, or you grow fast and you take money. And the unfortunate thing about growing fast and take money is that you usually grow fast and break things, right? Like that's how most folks in the industry that have taken a lot of cash have managed it. They break stuff. Sometimes they're successful at what they broke, and sometimes they're not. There's definitely a few we could name. But I think that the concept here is really that doing it organically might be the right way. Doing it slowly, building projects, building success. We never raised any capital. We were 2009 through 21. Our first 600 million in revenue was done without any outside capital. But it sucked, right? I would not recommend anyone else to do it, and you guys can't wait 14 years for another company to come and be able to do what we can, because we can't serve more than a couple of you. So how do we really scale this industry as a whole? And I think the answer lies in a combination of what you just said. It has to start with standards and universality in the way that we manufacture, and the way that we design, and the way that we regulate that allows for scale. And then there has to be government support to do it at a massive level. And the risk, candidly, as a country, if we don't do that, is that we will not be able to house the people that we have here. And the buildings that we produce will eventually be imported. Can you imagine getting to a time where construction is no longer done by people in the country? That is already happening. We are building hotels. I am building hotels for you in Poland right now and shipping them here. That is not how America should be running our construction industry. It's one of our biggest drivers of GDP. And if we continue on the path that we're on, we will have to import just to keep up with the amount of housing units that we need, and that's a scary day.
Sure. Do you want to, I don't think I got you on this question, Pavan, about capital, and again, what can you do as your own company versus radical external solutions?
Yeah, my issues are kind of related to what Clark was talking about with public-private partnerships. In Atlanta in particular, the funding is actually there in droves, but sort of touching on the policy side is the policy hasn't even caught up to allowing for some of that to distribute to all the innovative things we want to do. And so the political will is there, but like I said, that feedback loop that if there's not, if we have the funds, but we don't pass the policy to actually distribute the funds into innovative things, that's a big disconnect, and now we're stuck. And so that's kind of a lot of the issues I'm seeing on the capital side. And part of that too is because these innovative products are, because I'm more focused on the real estate, not necessarily the operating company side. Like with accessory dwelling units, for example, I went up to had a meeting with a city last, I think like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, hey, I think I have 50 properties that I can get ADUs on in the next 6 months or something. And they're like, well, are you going to be able to rent those out? And it was a weird question because I realized he was asking me, you know, are people going to rent these? Because there's very little concept that people would live in an accessory dwelling unit in the backyard, just from, again, a cultural point of view. Like, we've had 40 to 50 years of zoning being overwritten, where ADUs and missing middle were all acceptable. Urban renewal happened, white flight happened. Now 40, 50 years of policy created cultural perception and a market perception that now policy is trying to catch back up. So like the funds are there, but the public-private partnerships are important because literally putting your money where your mouth is, because you're like, you want this, but pass the policy and the funding to do it. That's kind of where we're trying to push things.
Got it. So I want to focus, we've touched on this a little bit, and Clark, in your opening remarks, you touched on it, on what impact are your companies having on affordability? Do you actually save costs? We know for Vaughn and for Greg, you definitely save time. Do you save costs over traditional building? And then how does that translate into affordability, which is one question. And then the other question is, for broader impact, climate impacts, sustainability, are there, innovations that you're working on within your designs and materials and construction processes that impact climate resiliency? Because we know that people at the lower income end of the spectrum are the ones that are most hurt at the end of the day by climate change. So Pavan, you want to take that one first?
Yeah, it's a good question. So like a lot of what we're doing in terms of impact, like I said, in addition to accessory dwelling units, we're trying to show, again, I feel like I keep saying it over and over again, but that cultural perception is not necessarily matching what the market is providing and what the financial institutions are willing to lend to. And so we've started to, in terms of impact, starting to do more community engagement around that to prove that this market exists, So for example, there's a project we're working on that is actually a 16-unit attached condo project with the goal for it to be artist-owned in terms of artists and self-employed creatives could own it. If there's any lenders out there, I'm sure you guys are clenching a little bit because that sounds very risky. Creating a housing product that is meant to be sold to self-employed individuals that are creative individuals and tend to maybe not be thought of as having the best cash flow. So the way we did it is we were a good neighbor as a landowner, and we did community engagement. We invited artists to come there. We brought a lender in to work with them, and now we're pretty much pre-sold all the 16 units in a market that's never done that before. So it's like we have to kind of go out of our way to prove the market exists, but it does. And it's like I said, there's this demographic disconnect that we keep trying to, that's where we want our impact to be seen as like, even things like decoupling the parking to show that, people don't want to pay for parking. So it's like, that's what our impact we want to try to keep doing is showing that, the market is not actually being serviced in the way we think it is.
Great, thanks. Greg, I know your company started, with architects, designers, and high-end. So how does that translate, into both affordability and also design innovation in the climate perspective?
So we're still primarily thought of as a premium design, single-family design company. And though I think I want to break this perception that good design is expensive and that good design can't be applied to kind of all sections of the market. Our shelters, which are being used for homelessness, feature many of the same details and windows and lots of natural light as our homes. But because really cost, I think, is really misunderstood in this industry. What actually drives cost, and therefore, what do you need to attack in order to improve affordability? There's sort of the direct cost of materials, much of which is wasted in the process of building a home because you're building on site and you don't have standard products. And so you can improve that through some very direct means. But a huge amount of the cost is wasted labor, is trades driving around from site to site, not sure where they're going to get their next job from, needing to build that into their pricing structure, having a lack of predictability, not knowing how many times it will take the local planning department to approve, how many rounds of comments you're going to go through before they approve, the financing cost as the land sits idle during that time. All of the uncertainty and unpredictability and time, but it's even more the lack of certainty about the time is incredibly expensive. Yeah. And attacking that is what I think we can do really, really well. And so our homes are, and we for example, we list the prices on our website and we guarantee the price before a single item is purchased for the home. So a homeowner, if you're building a house for yourself, usually you're given the advice, expect it to take twice as long and cost twice as much. And you won't find that out until you write that last check at the end of the process. We guarantee price at the beginning, so we've cut all that out. So our prices are significantly less than what a standard sort of custom-built home would be in the markets we serve. I mean, I think one of the things that where modular companies, prefab companies get into trouble is when they say, they get into this sort of this debate over whether it's less expensive or more expensive. The answer is it depends on where you're building and what you're competing against. And so projects that are in remote locations make a lot of sense, and where there's kind of not great economy of scale. So I could go on longer, but I think I'll let the conversation continue.
Great. Vaughn, do you have a...
Yeah, I think on cost, there's a really important thing to discuss there, because you're right. It's always a question of, okay, how cheap is modular, right? That's the first question that a lot of folks ask, and it's not about the cost at the factory. It's about the cost at the site. So you can be really efficient in the factory, and it's a very simple equation if you want to think about, how do you save money by building off-site? And this doesn't just apply to modules; it applies to panels or any other form of prefabrication. You take the cost of the labor that you would have on site and the availability thereof, you compare it to the savings that you have by doing that in a factory from a pure efficiency perspective, And then you have to add the cost of getting it from the factory to the field on top. There's some times where that doesn't work. Locations where you have labor that's either available or inexpensive doesn't need that solution. It goes to markets where labor is tough to find and labor is expensive. That's where that solution drives savings. So for us, we can save double-digit percentages in just about any location in California because that efficiency in labor drives massive savings in total cost. And when we're in the Northeast, maybe we get a 5% savings. But what is consistent across that basis is time. You can build a project in half the time. So when we think about innovation, which is the second half of your question on how do we drive that, we look at innovation as not a choice, but a lack of edict. We either innovate or we will be regulated. And that's how we think about it, right? Like I don't have to try and figure out how I'm going to make my house better performing from an energy perspective today, because I know that someone's going to do that for me in 5 years. That's what codes are for. They change a lot. And in California, they change more than they do everywhere else. So we can assume that they're going to tell us that we have to make a more energy efficient building in 5 years. And if I don't innovate today, in 5 years' time when that regulation comes in, I'm not going to have a brand new great product that I've spent a lot of time vetting that is going to actually add value to my customer. I'm going to have a product that adds cost to the entire equation because I have to use existing products that are in the marketplace for a different use that were never designed to do this just because I have to add more insulation to the outside of the building because California told me to. We don't want to get to a place where, and I'm not picking on California in this case, we don't want to get to a case where any regulator is telling us what to do. We need to have product that's better. And if we build buildings that are better, we don't have to worry about regulation because code is the basic performance level that we need any user of a home to expect. And I shouldn't be worrying about how to build a home that meets code. I should be worrying about how to build the best performing building I can with the best value to the customer. And that requires innovation.
I want to just sort of tee into one topic, transportation. It's the reason that we don't have a lot of modular construction where we are. It's the reason we're courting, his company to come and build a factory where we're at. But that's the challenge, is that if it's not proximate, it doesn't work. And most of the guys we've worked with in California, it's got to be about a 2 to 3 hour drive max for modular to really work. So that'll be an issue. But then also, let's just think about what happened in the pandemic. One of the main reasons that it became so difficult to deliver, during the pandemic was transportation broke down. Mm-hmm. And the cost of transportation went through the roof. And you saw these containers that were coming from all over Asia and Europe and everywhere else. They not only tripled, they quadrupled, even 7 or 8 times the normal price. And so they're now coming down. But my question is, how many of the costs that went up during the pandemic in the last few years are not going to come down, are going to stick? And I think a lot of them are pretty sticky. And it's really going to hurt affordability.
So let's use that as an opportunity to get into maybe one of the last questions. And by the way, am I supposed to ask whether to put up that code? So as we get to questions, we're getting there. It is. There it is. We're getting towards that point. So please, if you have questions, send them in. But stickiness of challenges from the pandemic, and now we have inflation, interest rates going up, and we don't know how sticky some of that's going to be or for how long it sticks. But I think most people feel like interest rates are going to continue to go up for a bit, and then we'll see how long they stay that high. That's really the question, not whether they're going to go up some more. So how both interest rates, change in work environments, the hybrid, situation, does that affect, how is that affecting your businesses? Let me put it that way. Vaughn, do you want to start?
Interest rates are affecting my business, and I think the industry that I am in similarly, except for potentially single-family homes. It's a reverse correlation. Interest rate drivers actually build pipeline for companies like mine because people are now saying, oops, my project doesn't work anymore. right? I can no longer make this pencil. I need to build it in a shorter amount of time so that I can pay less interest. I need to figure out ways to reduce cost. Unfortunately, I think that's a sign of things to come, which is that there are going to be many factors, including the stickiness of inflation. I've been doing construction long enough to know I've never had a sub call me to tell me their price is going down, and I don't expect that to happen over the next 2 years either. So when we're looking at that as a holistic issue, we're going to continue to get more drivers that cause people to say, I need to change the way we're doing things because it's not working anymore. Unfortunately, to your earlier point, there's not enough capacity in the industry to support it. For rough context, our pipeline has quadrupled to the point where we now have $5.8 billion in deals that people want us to help build them. We have nowhere near that capacity. We couldn't possibly service that many people or that many projects. And we don't do any outside marketing. This is just internal leads from people like Clark that are saying, hey, my buddies have a building, my friend here, you guys are cool, do you want to talk about this? And that, I think, is really an unfortunate symptom of the greater issue that we have in the industry, which is people are desperate for a new solution that the industry today can't provide.
Great. We're going to quickly go through the rest so we can move to Q&A here, because I'm getting the signal that it's time to do that. Clark, do you have anything else you want to say on that?
No, I just think, I think interest rates have peaked. We've seen it in the last week. You can ask Kevin what his thoughts are, but I went out and bought a big forward commitment as soon as we had the announcement next week, and we're now offering, rates under 5% for a good number of lucky individuals. I think that we're going to have to get used to, though, rates that are going to be closer to 6%. I don't think we're going to have rates going back down in the 3s or even perhaps in the 4s. I think they're going to stay in that, 5 to 6 range if we're fortunate. And that is going to change a lot of the way deals are done. And the unfortunate thing is that I would say that half the deals that were on the boards, that were being designed by architectural firms and that were going through the entitlement process are now being shelved. People are not going to do them for some period of time. They're going to have to go back and refigure it, like Vaughn talked about, but they're also, some of them are thinking that rates are going to come back, and they're probably not going to come back enough. And so I think it is going to require innovation, and that's why we're here today.
Right. Anything else on inflation or interest rates, Greg? Or
Similar comments.
Similar comments?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen even prior to, in terms of shifts related to the pandemic, a very big shift from urban to suburban and rural. Projects that were started prior to the interest rate adjustments have challenges because the economics have changed. But we are also seeing new projects that now make sense in modular that maybe don't make sense anymore in stick build, similar to what Vaughn said.
Yeah, with interest rates and even COVID, I'd just kind of say, I think it's just revealed the problems we've already had for the last 5 to 10 years. Until income meets cost of living, we're going to have a perpetual affordable housing problem in general. And I am seeing shifts in terms of how investment's working. I know I was just talking to a multifamily developer that was more concerned about their cap rates, and that's why they're pulling out. It was more revealing to me because it's a developer that does multifamily rental housing, but they're concerned of cap rates, which means there's a disconnect. You're building rental housing to sell, not rental housing to be sustainable. So I'm hoping it'll start changing attitudes around patient capital, because right now that's one of the problems we've had regionally in Atlanta, because interest rates being so low and because of how rapid the industry and how jobs are coming in. We've seen more apartments and housing being built to just flip. So we haven't actually received quality housing because of some of the lower interest rates and some of the bigger builds. So I hope we get to see a little bit different change of thought in the future.
Great. So we've got some questions coming in here. I want to start with one for probably Greg and Vaughn, which is how much retraining is required for today's tradespeople to work on housing built with newer construction techniques? And actually, maybe it's for all of you. Retraining. So that's the question. I'm not sure really that's exactly the right way to put it.
From trade perspective, it's none. There's no retraining that's necessary to understand how to wire an outlet or run an electrical cable. There is a difference in the way that you think about efficiency. just a quick example on that is for an electrician in the field, they do everything. They run the wire, they install the outlet, they put the cover plate on when the job's done, and they're there for 9 months. In a factory, they're working on the same thing every day because they have a consistent flow of product. So now I have an electrician that maybe instead of doing all of those things is just running wire or is just installing a cover plate. That changes the level of skill that's necessary substantially and gets you to a place where maybe you don't even need an electrician for some of those components, that a licensed person is not required to do that work, which means it's not retraining at all, it's just changing their task flow. So it's been very positive. We haven't had any issues with training when it comes to
I'm a little
factories.
concerned, though, that the entrepreneurs that have been these trades, I mean, they've run small companies. What it means is that they disappear if we become more and more factory-based, more and more modular, and those are very capable individuals. And then the kind of worker that's going to be attracted to doing something with an electrical outlet all day long, while that's efficient, it's not very exciting. And how are you going to engage that kind of worker? You're going to have to pay them well, but what can you do to make that really an enriching job and task?
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just give you the answer that Larry Pace from Factory OS would give you, okay? Which is, and I've seen it, right? So you also are opening up the workforce to, you know, very non-traditional workers, as you said, and there's such benefits. You know, you go to the same job every day, you know, like as opposed to driving 2 hours, you know, to get to. The other thing is that I think it will require that those subcontractors, because there's still 40% of the work, 30% of the work, depending on, that has to be done on site, that you need, you know, a certain amount of skilled labor for. And I think, you know, we've got to get those subcontractors to change because the world has changed. That would be
going to happen.
That would be partly my answer.
I think it's really critical, for just a quick point on that, for the folks that are in the field, those little subs don't need to go away. We actually need more of them. And, and the reason that that's so powerful for them is that when you take a building, you build it in a factory, you saw one on the video, 410 units, 365 modules, a small sub can now do that project. That was completely out of their wheelhouse when that project was built on site. You needed to be a $100 million a year electrician to even touch it. But now, those small subs have the opportunity to do bigger projects, which means more diversity and more equity in the contractor selection. So that's one area I'd diverge.
Great. Well, I've heard we only got one more question, so I'm actually going to ask two, and you can answer which one you want, but you can only answer one. So one is, you know, there are a few paths to reaching greater regulatory standardization. You know, of late, a big step has been adoption of state building codes. However, this still seems inferior to what manufactured housing has a national level HUD code. Does anybody have a thought, particularly, you know, I guess Greg or Vaughn, on this? You know, what would you like to see in terms of standardization of modular or industrialized construction codes?
We're already regulated at the state level. So we have a uniform code in the state of California regulated by HCD. So, you know, we get plan check in 3 days, and we're building a standard product.
Right.
So it's even though we've never built two of the same home, they're based on the same core systems.
But what if you said you work nationally, so what happens if you ship to Idaho?
Yeah,
or
so
Utah?
you know, we'll meet, of course, the codes of the states are in. I think I'm a little skeptical about a national code, and I think, you know, we're building IRC code like real housing that is not meeting the manufactured code.
Great. Vaughn, do you have any quick response?
Yeah, I think from a national perspective, it's completely reasonable that we get to a national code. To Greg's point, we want to make sure that we're not going to a place where we're talking about manufactured housing, i.e. mobile homes, because it's a different code we're meeting. But I think that most states have a compact that allow us to work at the state level and have some consistency. And we recently drafted, with the help of the Modular Building Institute, an off-site construction standard. So for those that are in municipal government that are listening here, there is an off-site construction standard that was generated to be deployed nationally and I'm not impartial to it because I helped write it at all. So I would encourage that being adopted at both the state and the local level. I think municipalities can do that, and then eventually, if that goes national, great.
So last word, Clark, because the last question was, besides regulatory reform, what can government do to help? And I know Ivory Innovations has been working on a list of ideas. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I do think that in the area of finance, there's got to be a major breakthrough. And we've had, very little done there since the 30-year mortgage was originated. And we really are probably going to have to look at things differently. And it will take a HUD, it'll take a Senate and a Congress that have just decided we're going to go about things in a different way. There's no reason we can't lengthen the terms. Most countries have around the world in order to make housing more affordable. It becomes a multi-generational investment. And it's how we build wealth in this country. And truthfully, while we think we do really well on home ownership, there's a lot of countries that do much better. And I think it is one of the real breakthroughs that we need to make. So I'm hopeful, although it's going to take, unfortunately, some politicians to get involved.
All right, well, on that note, thank you very much, panelists. It's been fabulous. I really appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Greg.
So I'm staying up here for a minute. Is this on? Great. So we're not going to take a break. We're going to go right into hearing from FHA Commissioner Julia Gordon, who I am just delighted to introduce and also to see, because I think I haven't actually seen you in person since you've been confirmed. So it took a while, but we are really fortunate in this country to have Julia sitting in the seat of the FHA Commissioner. I know she has a hard job because I did it. Although, given your news today, it was a way harder job in the depths of the recession. So you may be around long enough to have some hard things. But anyway, Julia's fantastic, has a great background in housing, and we're really delighted that she could be here with us today. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Gordon.
Thank you so much to Carol. It is great to be introduced by someone who is both an icon in the housing industry and also just someone who has personally inspired my own career. Until Carol became FHA Commissioner, I knew there had been a woman FHA Commissioner at some point, but I had never seen one live and in person. And so Carol's leadership and influence and innovation have paved the way for so many leaders, including me, and I was so grateful to get introduced by her. That was really an honor. So I also want to thank the Urban Institute for having me here, and particularly my good friends, Lori Goodman and Yannicka Radcliffe, and the whole rest of the team. I have worked closely with the Urban Housing Policy Institute for years. The work here is amazing, and I am always honored to be in any activity that they are doing. And so thank you again for having me here today so that we can talk about the really important issues facing housing now and in the future. And also, the commute here is pretty good from the HUD office. Really appreciate that. So let's talk about FHA. I'll start by saying leading FHA is the honor of a lifetime for me, particularly to work under the leadership of Secretary Marcia Fudge, who is truly a committed leader, particularly on some of the issues we're discussing here, racial equity and innovation and doing things really for the families and communities of the nation that we're serving. I'm also grateful to be part of the Biden-Harris administration, which has focused on housing, particularly on helping all the different agencies that touch housing work together in a coordinated way, which has not always been the case. And so, right now, FHA is as important as ever, particularly at times of change and disruption in the mortgage market. FHA will continue to serve as a vital means of access to home ownership for first-time home buyers, families of more modest means, communities of color, people in rural areas, all the people who are not necessarily adequately served by other parts of the market. And we are really excited for the challenge. Some of you may know that today we published our annual report to Congress on the status of FHA's Mutual Mortgage Insurance Fund. I am delighted to say that the fund is quite healthy. We're at an all-time capital ratio high of 11.11%, and that translates into a little over $140 billion, in case you were interested, and yes, that's billion with a B. So FHA is in a strong financial position to move through whatever economic headwinds might lie ahead and to play the role that we need to play in the mortgage market. But beyond those numbers that everybody likes to report on is the story of millions of homeowners, and that's the story I want to talk about right now for a couple of minutes. First, I want to tell the story of how FHA and the other government mortgage channels helped families keep their homes during the most serious health crisis this nation has experienced in recent memory. At a time where staying at home was actually the solution to a problem, we helped make that possible. And what's amazing is that the more than 2 million people that we helped in some way or another during the pandemic, at one point we had a serious delinquency rate close to 12%. And everybody was wondering, what does that mean? What's going to happen? Are you going to be able to navigate through this? What does it mean for borrowers? And I'm delighted to say that as of the end of fiscal year 2022, our serious delinquency rate is 4.77%. And more than 1 million homeowners got some kind of loss mitigation solution from their mortgage servicer. And many more were able to cure in another way. And our focus now is continuing to help approximately 350,000 homeowners who still remain delinquent in a market that has changed significantly. We've seen interest rates go up, mortgage volumes are down, and we need to make sure that all of these homeowners are given the tools that they need either to retain their home or to avoid foreclosure. And that is, I would say, something that is at the top of our priority list right now. But just as important is, of course, keeping an eye on the ball on providing avenues to home ownership, even during a more challenging market. And so I think folks probably know about these things, a well-informed audience here, but two policy decisions I'm particularly proud of in recent months. One is, for the first time, FHA is able to have borrowers use their positive rental history as a factor to help them qualify for mortgage credit. In my view, that was something that was long overdue, and my feeling is if you can pay your rent, you can pay your mortgage, and I'm super excited about that. Another thing that we did that answered a need that we kept hearing from the field was that so many people during the pandemic lost their jobs, but just briefly. You know, remember that time where everything shut down and we all went home. But when people came back, you know, got their jobs back or got a similar job and came back into the market, they were running into the problem of you had to have X number of years of income before you could qualify. So we now offer flexibilities for people who had that employment or income gap during COVID so that they don't have to wait any longer to go ahead and seek mortgage credit from us. A few other things that I want to say as we lead into the next panel, which is about equity, which is that in the Biden-Harris administration, we really do everything through the lens of equity. That there is no policy that we pursue, whether it's in the Office of Housing or another policy at HUD or elsewhere in the administration, that doesn't get filtered through that lens. That is the perfect place for HUD to be because that's what we're about. When you look at our annual report, and I hope you all look at it, it's fun. There's an executive summary. You don't have to read the whole thing. You will see that by share of, of the originations that we endorse, we endorse 3 times more mortgages for Black homeowners and twice as many for Latino homeowners. We also, for people in rural areas who seek low down payment mortgages, we do over half of those too, which is something I think that not everybody knows. So, we're very proud of our work in this area. I do want to mention another lens that's really important to this administration, which is looking at climate impacts and energy efficiency. That's something else that we are always mindful of, and particularly where climate and equity intersect. And so something that I am really excited about is through the Inflation Reduction Act, our office has received $1 billion to give out to the field for what we call our Green and Resilient Retrofit Program, GRRP. Inside the building, we call it Grape Ape, but I'm probably not supposed to talk about that. And that is going to advance not only climate resilience and energy efficiency, but also environmental justice. The residents in our assisted rental housing are usually the last folks to get anything good, if you know what I mean. And in this case, they are going to be the people who get to benefit first from this important government funding. The last thing I want to mention just before we go, because while I was asked to talk about the equity piece, I'm very mindful that we're here to celebrate some incredible innovative projects. And an area where we are trying to be innovative and to lead is in the area of manufactured housing. Our Office of Manufactured Housing, which comes within the Office of Housing, has recently proposed the largest set of changes to HUD's manufactured home construction and safety standards in many decades. And that's going to align the code with, many of the more modern features that borrowers are looking for and the innovations, the multi-unit manufactured housing and, the things that make people say, oh, wow, that isn't my grandfather's manufactured housing. And while we're working on the HUD code, we are also working on FHA's financing products. We have been working hard to make Title I loans viable again. And we also are starting to think about how we can begin to play a role again in financing for manufactured home communities, because we know that just buying a unit, if you don't own the land under it and there aren't good standards in place for how that rental is managed, we can still put borrowers in difficult situations. So I am going to stop there and thank you again for the opportunity to be here. I believe it's now time to turn the program over to Yannicka Ratcliffe. For those of you who don't know Yannicka, she is brilliant. She is an absolute force in the housing industry. She is also one of the best friends a person could have. I owe so much of my career to her, and I could not be more excited to get to introduce her next. And I look forward to hearing this panel.
Okay, hello everybody. I'll just invite the panel to come on in.
Let me grab my
panel. All right, well, I will vamp for a minute while I do that. I know it has been a long day, but a very exciting one. I just absolutely love the confluence we've had here of all of the solutions and all of the ideas, from the early stage entrepreneurs all the way to a well-established government agency. And so we'd like to take this time in this last segment to focus on how all this hard work can help address the entrenched racial home ownership gap. And in order to do that, I am very pleased and honored to introduce the panel. And so okay. Nikitra, you want to move over one? And I think I'll join you if I can. Great. So we have Nikitra Bailey, who is an Executive Vice President with the National Fair Housing Alliance. And then we have Michael Neal and Jung Choi, both of whom are experts in their own right with the Housing Finance Policy Center here at the Urban Institute. And finally, at the end of the row, Christopher Tyson, who is the president of the National Community Stabilization Trust, NCST, more fondly known as. So we're going to start by going down the line here, if we could. And I'll start with you, Nikitra. At NAFA, the National Fair Housing Alliance, you are at the forefront of efforts to provide households of color with the same opportunities that for home ownership and the benefits of home ownership that white households have enjoyed for generations. So it's fitting that we start this with you with the question, can you talk about some tangible actions that are required to close the racial home ownership gap? Where would you start?
Thank you so much, Yannicka. It is a pleasure to follow Commissioner Gordon. We are excited about her leadership and all of the leadership that HUD has taken on these issues, and we appreciate the opportunity to be a part of today's program. As you all know, NAFA is the only national civil rights organization dedicated solely to ending discrimination in housing. We represent over 170 local fair housing enforcement agencies all over the United States, and our work seeks to ensure equitable opportunities for all people and communities. So before I get to Yannicka's question, I have to go back a little bit because we have to remember that for centuries our public policies embedded inequality and really facilitated situations where communities of color were at a disadvantage when it came to homeownership, and white families, quite frankly, were at the benefit of homeownership. We were at a point that leading into the COVID crisis, the black homeownership rate was actually where it was when redlining was legal. And the disparity between black-white homeownership, that percentage disparity was the same as it was in 1890. So, you know, we came with a very uphill battle to deal with. And when you invited me to be a part of today's discussion, I was thinking back to many years ago when Jenny Mae President McCargo was with the Urban Institute. And we were at another panel where we were talking about racial equity. And we were talking about racial equity at a time where it wasn't the thing to do, where it wasn't centered in every administration's priority, where, you know, if you mentioned racial equity, rooms became very quiet. So I'm really excited because we kept at it during that time. And we've been able to really move the needle to the point that we're in a situation where the entire housing ecosystem recognizes the importance of racial equity. We understand that racial equity and home ownership is not only good for our communities, the very system depends on our communities being able to have access to credit. So I'm really excited to start this conversation and think about what we've been able to do and how we've learned the lessons from yesterday. We didn't just come with these like new ideas, we were very determined not to repeat the challenges of the past. During the housing crisis of 2008, we left communities behind. In fact, Black and Latinos started to have housing crises in our own communities in 2004 and 2006. So, you know, we unfortunately lost $1 trillion of wealth, so that during this crisis, we were very intentional to say, let's not do those things that will destabilize our communities, but that will also destabilize the whole economy. So like we heard from Commissioner Gordon, we've seen equitable and inclusive loss mitigation efforts broadly adopted. That's something that didn't happen the last time. We're really excited about that this time. We also have a homeowner assistance fund, which is something that we didn't have last time. And this time it specifically carves out resources for socially disadvantaged individuals. That's something that we didn't do last time. We're doing it right this time. So by taking every effort to simply preserve homeownership, we show up to a discussion today with a bit of joy. I'm getting to the joy, with a bit of joy. We also implemented equity through the utilization of special purpose credit programs. So the Equal Credit Opportunity Act has always allowed for the creation of special purpose credit programs. And these are simply programs that can be tailored in a way to meet the special social needs and benefits of economically disadvantaged groups and individuals that might share common characteristics such as race, national origin, or gender. So we've been able to work to lift up this possibility of what it is that special purpose credit programs offer. And HUD has spoken to say that special purpose credit programs that comport with the Equal Credit Opportunity Act are allowable and permissible under the Federal Fair Housing Act. And in fact, all of the prudential regulators are saying just do it when it comes to special purpose credit programs. So we're using tools that can equitably make a change and create opportunities for the very communities that we've consistently left behind. And we have something to celebrate. We're going to get to this later, but home ownership for Black and Latino communities and Asian Americans is up again. That's something that no one imagined could have happened coming out of the global health pandemic. But it happened because we were courageous in centering equity, and as an ecosystem, each of us playing our part to make sure equity was built into the outcomes that we're trying to produce. And then we've become innovative. We've created proposals around first-generation down payment assistance. This is a proposal that we've developed based on data from the Urban Institute, but also from learning outside of the housing context, from the educational context. We've seen first-generation programs help college students succeed in life. So we thought, let's think about first-generation for the home ownership context. And it simply means that we're considering opportunities for people whose generations before them don't own a home. So the very communities that we left out before, we are intentionally pulling in. And based on the Urban's data, if we are able to fund about $100 billion in first-generation down payment assistance, we could actually grow homeownership by 5 million net new homeowners. And what's exciting about the programs like First Generation is that we know that these equity-infused proposals not only grow homeownership in our community, so we know that 1.7 million of that 5 million will be Black, 1.32 million will be Latino, but here's the thing, 1.4 million will be white. So all of those rural communities that have been left behind, there's an opportunity for them as well. And what's exciting about first generation down payment assistance is it's something that we can do. We can do it with resources and support from the Congress. We made a lot of progress in this Congress. We didn't cross over the whole Build Back Better Act, but we got really, really close. And we're hoping that a national strategy as it relates to housing will incorporate first gen DPA going forward. So I'll pause there and then we can come back and talk about some other things.
Thank you, Nikitra. I love you bringing the words joy and courage and innovation. I mean, we've heard a lot about innovation today. I've also felt a lot of joy and a lot of courage as well. And I can see you guys doing that, bringing those things to this work. So I'm so glad you're here. Michael, we're going to turn to you. You've looked closely at the differential benefits of home ownership. We've talked about the home ownership rate. But one overlooked aspect of the racial home ownership gap is the way in which the benefits of home ownership don't always accrue equally, even when people do achieve home ownership. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that and what needs to be done to close the whole gap.
Yeah, no, that's right. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. Sorry. I haven't worn these pants in like 3 years, and they're a little small. Sorry. Sorry about that. No, you're right. Look, I think that there's the progress that we've made, and Nikitra, I think, eloquently articulated all of the good things that have come down the pipeline with respect to addressing this racial inequities in access to home ownership. We know that this country, frankly, was built on a view in which your participation in democracy, your participation in this new idea of America, was wound up, combined with your ability to actually own property. The two were one and the same. And so I think a lot of what Nikitra has really talked about, I think, certainly are signs of progress, where we have kind of looked at as well is, thinking about those benefits. That is, it's certainly the case that home ownership provides a degree of stability. It's also the case that home ownership provides opportunities for wealth accumulation. And so with all of that, when we think about that, we certainly continue to see, no matter how we measure the benefits of home ownership, we continue to see these types of racial disparities, suggesting that even if we get to the place where we have closed home ownership rate gaps, if we have not also ensured that people of color can maximally benefit from home ownership, then there's still a lot of work to be done. And so one of the ways in which we have done that is by looking at simply home values. And we have seen that home values in communities of color, that home values owned by homeowners of color, are systematically lower than that of their white counterparts. Part of that certainly reflects the economic, at the household level, the economic disparities that are in play, but there's also a role for structural racism, not just informing things like educational attainment in your labor market, your experience in the labor market, but also the trajectory of those house prices themselves. Things like gentrification and displacement, things like the investment of capital, things like foreclosure rates, things like even appraisal challenges, which oftentimes, as research has suggested, has lowered or put downward pressure on home values in Black communities and in other communities of color. And what does this mean? What this means, in fact, and this was some interesting research that we did here at Urban, is that, in fact, in cities where people of color may actually be the majority, Atlanta, Memphis, they actually own a smaller proportion of the housing wealth of that city. Again, getting back to that original idea about participation in the city being wound up with your ability to be a part of home ownership. A second way, we've talked about housing equity. Certainly, as another measure of thinking about the financial benefits of home ownership. We've already talked about, housing equity. At the end of the day, it's about the difference between house prices and all of the debt that's collateralized by that house or mortgage debt. And certainly we've talked about the challenges around home values that are related to what I've already said, as well as issues around zoning, around realtor steering, and those types of instances of structural racism. But at the same time, there are also challenges around the debt as well. In fact, we've done some research indicating that, in fact, under a higher mortgage rate scenario, the pace of principal reduction actually slows. And so when you combine that macro development with the structural racism, the two hit against each other, then you have this situation where higher interest rates can significantly contribute to a wider racial wealth gap vis-a-vis the principal reduction channel. That is, it's not just about affordability. It's also about its impact for wealth accumulation through principal reduction as well. And then the last thing that I'll just end with is even when we go beyond the financial benefits. So right now we're kind of thinking about the financial benefit, home values, housing equity. But when we try to go beyond that to think about the non-financial benefits or costs of home ownership, we still see evidence to suggest racial disparities. So what we do there is we looked at the American Time Use Survey. To think about, well, what is the cost of home ownership outside of the financial cost? The amount of time that I have to spend fixing my home, the amount of time that I may spend on the weekends doing things around my home to fix it. And what we see is, in fact, that low-income households, households of color, more likely to spend more time on fixing their home relative to higher income and their white counterparts. And part of that reflects fewer financial resources that require them to make these projects DIY. But it also reflects the fact that they're more likely to live in the types of homes that actually need those types of repairs at the same time, thereby contributing not just financial costs, but also time costs. Think about it as an opportunity cost. I could be doing something else, but instead of my home, fixing my home. And that also can contribute to the broader racial wealth gap as well.
Thank you, Michael. I mean, I think that underscores, we heard earlier today about some of the whole bundle of things that homeownership is supposed to bring to families, to households, and where people really get the most value from that. And I also think as a policy tool, we all recognize that homeownership has been used as a vehicle to deliver a bundle of benefits like citizenship in the beginning and financial benefits through taxes and things like that. So it is not just owning a home for the sake of owning a home, but to create this pathway through which we then channel all these benefits for quality of life. So thank you, Michael, for explaining how all those pieces fit together. Jung, so you've written a lot about this topic, and I don't know if there's data you want to bring to the table, and you can talk more about that, but also because we are here talking about innovations, maybe you want to talk about some potential things that you see that are bringing you some optimism and can help more households of color become homeowners.
So I'm going to just talk briefly about the role of student loan debt, and then I'm going to move to the rental history that Julia mentioned in her speech. I'm glad that she brought up that topic because that's going to be the gist of what I'm going to talk today. But just on the student loan debt side, we just released a paper, and then I think many of you might know the statistics, but this is the current status of the homeownership gap among the young adults. We actually find that Black young adults with a college degree right now have a lower homeownership rate than white young adults who do not have a high school diploma. So there's multiple factors going into that statistics, but that's a new report out there. I want to speak more about it, but then because of the time limitation, I'm going to move straight towards the alternative data. And so what FHA has announced recently is super exciting, and there has been some innovative approaches to finally include alternative data, mainly rent payment data, into mortgage underwriting. So in our recent report, we looked at whether including alternative data and how including alternative data can impact racial disparities, especially we want to focus whether it can actually mitigate racial disparities that both Nikitra and Michael mentioned just before. And there's been a lot of debates about the potential of including rent payment in mortgage underwriting, but there hasn't been an actual analysis to really figure out whether including rental payment can have a positive impact for a lot of, especially households of color, accessing mortgages. And one of the things, if you think about the current mortgage system, is it heavily relies on FICO score, traditional FICO score that does not include rental payment. And in a way, FICO score is very efficient, so it did enable many lenders to facilitate loans quickly, and more people had an opportunity to quickly get access to mortgages. But we also have left out many people who do not have FICO score. So in the country right now, there's about 53 million adults that do not have FICO score. And also we find that even among those who do have FICO score, there is disproportionately higher share of Black and Latino households who have FICO score below 620. Now, those population, that means it's very difficult for them to get access to conventional mortgages. Right? So like what happens if we actually include rental payment into mortgage underwriting. So first, I just want to also mention that there's two ways of doing that. First is to include rental payment information into credit scoring models. Right now, in the credit file system, there's less than 5% of rent reported into the system. So even if we move quickly and try to adopt the newest FICO score into mortgage underwriting, it will take time because it's right now, there's been greater incidence of rent being reported to the credit files, but then as you know, rental market is pretty fragmented with a lot of different landlords in terms of size. So it will be very difficult for all of them to kind of simultaneously report all the rent payment data into the credit system. So there's one, but then there are some like innovative approaches. John Lawless is here. There's like companies like Build Rewards that have started to find innovative ways to start rent reporting for free. And there's also like companies like Isuzu that are trying to increase rent importing into credit files. So over the years, we're going to see more data into the credit files. But then there's another way to look at rent reporting directly in mortgage underwriting. So for example, Fannie Mae has last year launched a pilot where they, for the borrowers who were previously denied because of eligible credit, they would ask the lenders based on the consumer approval to get access to 12-month rental history. And if they actually find 12 months positive rental history, they would reevaluate the mortgage. And that pilot program, as of, I think, summer of this year, Fannie released that they have reapproved about 2,000 new first-time home buyers by looking at their 12-month rent history. So there are some innovations going on. So what we did in the report, we kind of wanted to look at how this reporting rent could impact racial inequities, which is the topic of today's panel. So in one hand, if you think about it, so I did mention that households of color are more likely to be without credit and have lower credit. And also we know that they're more likely to be renters. So reporting positive rent could have a disproportionate impact on these population. But on the other hand, there's also, you have to think about, they're also experiencing greater challenges among their renters. So there are less share of households of color who pay 12 months of positive rent on time. So we kind of like combined the two impact to see whether overall in the aggregate level, still with the 12-month positive rent reporting or like more month would have a disproportionate impact on households of color. And our data does show that compared to those who, compared to the distribution of homeowners and also distribution of households, if we actually include renter households, if we actually include a positive rent payment, that does have a disproportionately greater positive impact on households of color. And we also looked at those population who were denied of mortgages. And if we look at if the possibility of including rent payment and then evaluate whether their loans could be reapproved, among those who are potentially reapproved, we again see that that disproportionately benefits households of color. So we are seeing from our data side that there are real potentials, and we're also seeing from a lot of innovators that are trying to help include more rental payment into the credit systems and also separately evaluate rental payment data into mortgage underwriting. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jung. I want to emphasize the point, and I think, Nikitra, you touched on it some too, and to some extent Michael's comments about how the benefits flow differentially. Innovation does not necessarily mean that the benefits of that innovation are going to flow to the people who, I think somebody's comments were about, maybe Julia said it, the people who get the last and the least continue to not have the benefits of innovation. And so the importance, Nikitra, you talked about the intentionality and the focus and maintaining that, and not just assuming that some innovation is going to come along and just automatically fix things. So now we're going to turn to Chris. NCST is a highly innovative organization. You are working at the intersection on the ground of sort of the policy world, but also the communities themselves, the pieces of real estate, the homes, And I feel like in some ways you are best positioned to bring together everything we've talked about today in some ways, really. So can you help bring us all together and highlight the work you're doing, what you're observing from your vantage point?
That's a tall order given the amount
you were
of data
warned. You were warned.
that has been shared, but I will try. First of all, thank you to Urban and Yannicka. Thank you for the invitation. It's good to be with you, and I've enjoyed all of the content that has been shared in the previous panels. NCST for almost 15 years has worked as an intermediary connecting community-based organizations with REO foreclosed properties to stabilize neighborhoods and increase the supply of affordable homes for purchase. And we've grown to connect that to a policy practice that advocates at the federal level for homeownership policies to, again, expand the supply of homes available for purchase, particularly to first-time home buyers, particularly to communities of color. And we've also expanded that into community development activities where we work on the ground, particularly with finance activities. We have project financing small developers who are best positioned to rehabilitate properties in their neighborhoods. These are almost overwhelmingly black and brown developers, so we're expanding small business at the same time that we're increasing the supply of affordable homes and empowering and building up the capacity of neighborhoods in communities. So we're excited about that and to expand that work. And we also lead the Middle Neighborhoods community of practice nationally, a number of scholars and practitioners who have focused on the challenges around middle neighborhoods. When we think about home ownership as it exists today, the places where many black and brown community homeowners own their homes are middle neighborhoods. And they have their own vulnerabilities, as has been explained here on the panel. Perceptions about lower values, less safety, all of the problems of appraisals, of predatory lending, pretty much everything that has been shared either on this panel or today tends to, and is concentrated in those neighborhoods. And so we're building a community of practice around that and developing programs that we believe can help increase the capacity of practitioners on the ground in those neighborhoods, help advocate for home ownership policies that expand opportunities. My background prior to becoming president of NCST, I spent 4 years running Baton Rouge's Redevelopment Authority and Land Bank, and know firsthand the challenges in communities, particularly communities like Baton Rouge all over the country that are not necessarily the large metropolitan areas, but have significant challenges with supply, creating a supply of affordable homes for purchase, dealing with blight and neighborhood stabilization as it's concentrated in areas that are usually outside, kind of, cordoned off in many ways and kind of tale of two cities types of dynamics as you see in much of the South and the Midwest in cities where we have those types of economic declines and histories of racial segregation. And so we think there's a great opportunity to work with community-based advocates who we've always worked with through our buyer network to strengthen their ability to address these issues on the ground. We're proud to lead the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act coalition that's advocating for that. It was passed the House, but not the Senate yet. It was part of the Build Back Better that we're hoping for. That legislation is designed to address the valuation gap, right? We know that oftentimes if we can get capital to the small developers on the ground to rehab homes in their neighborhoods, as we want to do, we'll often run up against a valuation gap, right? The cost of renovating that property is higher than what the appraised value of the renovated property will be. And so that keeps people on the sidelines. It keeps capital on the sidelines. And so the NHIA envisions a tax credit that will incentivize investment to close that valuation gap. Very important, we believe, to the communities that we work with, and we know that the impact on the organizations in our buyer network is significant, and we believe we can get capital off the sidelines and homes that are sitting vacant and distressed back into commerce in ways that not only expand the supply of affordable homes, but also stabilize communities. So we're really excited to lead that work. We're in a time of a lot of shifting dynamics. We know that interest rates are rising, which in many ways is putting further pressure on the affordability of housing for families who are seeking to enter home ownership. We also know that we have investor bulk purchases in some markets of housing stock, which is in many ways shrinking the supply of available homes for purchase, and that's a challenge that we have to greet as well. But we're excited to work with so many, including Urban and others, to advance this work, and we do feel like there is a great opportunity for innovation in the homeownership space. Most of our conversation around affordable housing is focused on multifamily. And we have a number of policy tools and a pretty robust, I think, network supporting multifamily affordable housing. We certainly know that there is a role for that. We feel there is an opportunity to expand the conversation around homeownership for all of the reasons that have been expressed on this call. We're not yet at critical mass in our discussion and our attention to homeownership, and we look forward to being a part of the chorus of voices that are advancing that issue. So I'll pause there.
That's wonderful. Innovation happening everywhere at all levels. So we've talked about innovation that doesn't always necessarily reach everybody equally, but there's also innovation that can be harmful sometimes too, right? And so I would love, I know NAFA and Michael, you as well, have done a lot of work. We heard from Jung on alternative data, but I know you guys have done some looking at artificial intelligence, machine learning, which is taking an increasing role kind of behind the scenes. People are probably not even aware how much it's affecting the way homeownership comes about. So I was wondering if you guys have a view into, you know, what should we be wary of? What should we be accelerating and pushing, and how do we kind of use this new power for good?
So I think as we're thinking about innovation, we've got to make sure we don't do the things that we got wrong before. I think we have to be very intentional not to recycle inequality. When Michael talks about the lower valuation of homes in Black communities, that's not a surprising outcome. That's something that we intentionally did from a public policy space. So we have to make sure we don't use innovative solutions to recycle that type of inequality. And we also have to remind ourselves that in communities of color, one of the positive benefits of homeownership is that people will actually know what their housing costs are. And that's something we cannot lose as we're talking about just the larger affordability issues. And then I'm on my way to innovation. I have to say this, in this rising rate environment, our communities have already been there. We've struggled with mortgage rates that are about 300 basis points higher than the published rate. So this idea that this rising rate environment will have harmful impacts is something that we've been struggling with during this whole entire crisis. And one of the things that we would have liked to see is more leadership in addressing some of those pricing challenges. We're really pleased that FHFA has made it clear that they are getting rid of loan level price adjustments for underserved borrowers and communities. That's a positive innovation that should have happened following the Great Recession. It's something that we should never have allowed to happen, quite frankly. And then what can we do with AI and machine learning? We absolutely cannot recycle inequality. And I want to talk a little bit about NAFA's purpose and process and monitoring framework. We've created a gold standard so that we can audit AI upfront before it gets too far out ahead of us to make sure it's actually doing what it said it would do. We're using AI to make really important life-based decisions. And when I think about FICO, all I can say is that it's discriminatory in the way that it recycles discrimination, that classic FICO has helped us to recycle discrimination, because one of the things that's troubling is that we falsely equated race with risk in our housing finance system. And credit scores are a manifestation of that false equivalency. So that's why our communities are valued less, and we see this devaluation because we have from a systemic standpoint, made it such that communities of color are not as valuable as white communities. So we need innovative credit scoring that doesn't recycle that discrimination and that does use things like positive rental payment history. Like, it doesn't take a genius to know that if you can pay your rental payment, you're likely to be able to pay your mortgage payment. It's the most analogous thing, but for many years, rental payment history wasn't incorporated into credit data. So, we just need to make sure we adopt solutions that are less discriminatory and that will not recycle the baked-in discrimination that's already a problem and a challenge in our system.
Well put.
So I don't know. I come at it. I was trained as an economist. So for me, innovation plays a very concrete role, even if we can't concretely define it. You think about any type of production process, and we typically, if somewhat easily, say that production process is a function of the amount of capital that we have, the amount of labor that we have, and then this kind of innovation, human capital, kind of place as well, having demonstrated that if we don't account for that, we really can't accurately model or accurately estimate the growth in a particular industry or in the economy more generally. And so what that means is that clearly there is an important role for innovation in terms of its ability to raise the outcomes for everyone. A rising tide lifts all boats. And yet, if we think about this in a very simple two-factor model kind of framework, we also know that there's oftentimes this tension between efficiency and equity. That is that the degree to which innovation can produce a greater efficiency in the form of faster turnaround times, more output for a given level of labor input, that at the same time we still observe inequities in terms of who experiences it, as well as whether they experience it to the same degree in terms of benefits. That's very much an abstract way, so we need to make this a little bit more concrete. And so you start to think about the degree to which something like automated valuation models may drive a degree of efficiency in the degree that it reduces your unit labor costs, which hopefully can be passed off to borrowers in the form of lower costs in the home buying process. But at the same time, the balance of evidence appears to suggest that it still can produce proportionate inequities in terms of outcomes in communities of color. So for me, that's a concrete example of what we have tried to develop much more theoretically. And so when we go into all of that, I think number one, there certainly is benefits for the industry continuing to drive innovation. At the same time, though, I think that innovation is a double-edged sword in the sense that if we're not carefully monitoring it, it could also lead to disparate outcomes for people and for communities of color. But at the same time, the flip side can also be true. And that is that AI can also be a tool that we can use to actually overcome some of these racial inequities. So now we've got a little bit of circular reasoning here, so we need to iron that out a little bit. And so, one way that I like to think about this is, the degree to which an innovative process is simply making a system that was historically steeped in structural racism more efficient, then all you've really done is is lowered the cost, but maintain the types of biases that were already inherent in the system itself. But at the same time, if you can be intentional in terms of the way that you're thinking about the data inputs, the models that you're using, the guardrails that are in place to protect privacy, as well as the potential for racially disparate outcomes, that is, we go beyond just trying to make a process or just simply more efficient, but we actually try to get to the root of the historical racism that can be involved as well. Then we have the potential to actually use AI as a tool for actually eradicating these racial inequities. And so that's kind of where that's kind of where I am in terms of kind of what is the theoretical framework for thinking about this, but then how do we then observe this concretely? And then finally, kind of what are the tools and what are the ways in which we can use the promise of AI to frankly solve our optimization problem. That's effectively what we're doing. We have a two-stage optimization problem. We're solving for efficiency, we're solving for equity. And how do we do that? And I think the way to do that is to really be intentional about the history and the impact of structural racism and ensure that every stage of the process is rooted out and that the system and the communities that are going to be affected by it are adequately protected.
Awesome, great. And Michael will be here later after the reception, so to continue this conversation, I think we would love to do that. But everyone here has been so patient, so the reward is we're going to give each of you 1 minute, and I'm going to do a mashup of the questions, and I think you probably can guess which part of this is most appropriate for you. We've got a new environment now with rising rates and softening house prices. So, your outlook on promoting and supporting home ownership in a way that's sustainable is one thing that has come up. Another question is kind of balancing, like, what do you think is the way of balance between efforts like down payment assistance or investments like the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act? Like, what are the approaches that, you kind of favor or think make the most sense? And then finally, with the recent election results, which we don't even know what they are yet, but is it going to make it, do you think, easier or harder to accomplish the kinds of things we've been talking? And so, Chris, we'll start down with you, your 60 seconds of fame, and then we'll walk just down the line, finish with Nikitra.
Well, I certainly would reiterate the support for the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act and the importance of that, particularly because I think that would unlock capital to activate small developers on the ground. Again, the dual goals of an expansion of small business activity in neighborhoods with people who know their neighborhoods and are connected to those properties while bringing more properties into the available supply for home ownership, I think is an important goal. I want to make a shameless plug. It's important that nonprofits, I think, have a role in increasing the supply of home ownership. And nonprofits locally and nationally, I think, have a role to play that as we see capital pouring into this space, as we have rising interest rates, as we have supply issues, I want to see that there are resources going to community-based organizations that have a focus on these issues that are represented by the people most affected by these issues, and giving them not just attention, but also real capital to build capacity that will last over the long term. I think that has to be part of our equity conversation because, as Nikitra has said, we are here because of intentionality, right? It was by design, and so we have to be intentional about how we get out of this, and that means we have to center the people most affected, not just with resources, but building up their expertise, building up their capacity, and building up their agency to impact the course of their neighborhood. So,
excellent, thank you.
I'll just add that there is a lot of local variation across housing markets, so I don't think there's like one solution that's for all market. For example, we're looking at some of the affordability numbers, and right now the median income households in the U.S. can buy about 20% of the homes on sales. But then you can kind of see a very, very wide variation across markets. So in Los Angeles, that number was 2%. So that was like, there's like no housing that the median income households can afford in LA. So in markets like LA, like having a down payment assistance program will not really solve the problem. Like we really need more supply, but we did see that in Detroit, like median income households can afford about half of the home sales there. So in those markets, like DPA programs, special purpose credit programs, like small dollar loans could be a potential solution. So we kind of have to look at each market separately and kind of think about which solutions is most effective in different kinds of markets.
Very good.
Yeah, I think, for me, I think one of the things that I have been increasingly kind of influenced by, and Keynes has this really interesting kind of statement that he always makes, which is that, there are researchers everywhere that are a slave to some researcher from the past. Like, you're not coming up with anything new. Somebody's already said it. You're just taking it forward if you know it or not. Sadly, that's probably the truth. That's probably the truth here. I think that there is, I think that there is a lot to still be understood around financial resilience, particularly as we have gone through 2 or 3 successive shocks. And how do we build up resilience? How do we ensure that for households that they have the degree of resilience to actually continue to weather those shocks. The second thing that I will say is around data. We certainly have better data than we had a decade ago, 15 years ago, in part because of the sunshine laws that were put into place. But at the same time, we have made significant progress in terms of our knowledge there, but at the same time, there's still a lot more that we don't know about. And so ways in which we can continue to push the envelope in terms of the types of data that we have, particularly as it pertains to our ability to understand some of the potential for racial differences and outcomes in the housing market, I think are going to be absolutely critical. And the final thing that I'll say is that, overall, the real estate market, particularly on the for sale side, is not always that responsive to innovation. Whether we're looking at the supply side or the demand side. And I've had a couple conversations this week that have really kind of driven that into my head even more. And so, I think that there really needs to be more of driving that kind of incentive, whether that's because to incorporate more nonprofits or developers of color or whatever the case may be, to really continue to push on innovation. I mean, we're building the homes basically. I mean, no disrespect to everyone, all the terrific innovators for today, but the lion's share of the homes are still being built in terms of site-built homes and those sort of things that we've been doing for a long period of time. There's a lot of room for even more innovation in this industry, and so I want to continue to encourage all of the people that were successful here to continue to push on that, because I think that is an area where we can continue to see a lot more benefits.
Keep pushing, keep shooting. We heard that earlier today. Nikitra, last word.
Fully enforce our nation's fair housing and fair lending laws and embed fair housing and fair lending in everything that we do. Discrimination is a drag on the economy. We know that if we solve for discrimination alone targeted at Black Americans in the housing market, we have a chance to grow the economy. $5 trillion. That's $1 trillion a year over the next 5 years. We can do it.
All right. On that note of joy and courage, before everybody leaves, you've earned your break. So please stick around and join us for the reception. I need all the speakers to come up, all today's speakers, for a photograph. But everybody else, please go and enjoy yourselves. And please give yourselves and this panel and all of our speakers today, the Ivory family, a big round of applause. Thank you.